Chapter 96. Why are there spiderwebs? 1. Chapter 96. Why are there spiderwebs? 1. The old man was the ancestor of the West Bull Continent's Qin clan, Qin Shou. Among the many experts present, he was the oldest and had the most experience. When he was fighting Yi Hao, he didn't attack because his realm had fallen and his life force was about to reach the end. Senior Qin, what is the emperor-slaying formation? Yeah, is this the spider silk? It looks like it can be broken with a flick of my finger. A tribulation transcendence cultivator asked with a puzzled expression. The spider silk in front of him did not pose much of a threat to him. As he spoke, he punched out. He had absolute confidence that he could shatter these red spider webs with a punch. No. When Qin Shou saw this, his expression was greatly shocked. He hurriedly raised the walking stick in his hand, wanting to stop it. However, it was already too late. The powerful warrior who had attacked had already punched the red spider silk. 1. The red spider silk emitted a red light that was like an electric current. In an instant, the expert's body was directly enveloped by a powerful red light. Instantly, he turned into ashes and disappeared. When everyone saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Some people were even at the first level of the tribulation. They were so scared that they retreated. They staggered and lost their balance, directly falling to the ground. He didn't have the slightest bit of dignity that belonged to a tribulation transcending expert. Senior Qin, is this the emperor-slaying formation? A mere touch could turn a fifth-level tribulation transcendence expert into ashes? It's so scary. How are we going to get out now? Senior Qin, is there any way to break this ancient emperor-slaying formation? Everyone looked at Qin Shou with puzzled expressions. When Qin Shou heard this, he waved his hand, indicating for everyone to calm down. At this moment, he said, I'm afraid everyone knows that the reason why there is no Mahayana in our era is because of the ancient rumors of the Emperor's fall era. Qin Shou said slowly. However, no one complained about his slow tone. Instead, they asked in confusion, Senior Qin, what does this matter have to do with the emperor-slaying formation? Yeah. The crowd continued to listen to Qin Shou's explanation with a puzzled expression. It's precisely because of the fallen emperor era that spirit weapons were exhausted and the laws of heaven and earth changed greatly that there were no great emperors born in our world. Even the 9 Phoenix matriarch was given the title of matriarch because she was the #1 expert of the human race. However, before the Di Luo era, those great emperors were all existences who could pick stars with their bare hands and destroy continents with a wave of their hands. However, even the ancient emperors have formations that are specially designed to trap and kill them. This formation is the ancient emperor-slaying formation. Qin Shou explained the origin of the ancient emperor-slaying formation in one breath. After hearing this, the faces of the experts present all darkened. The glory before the ancient emperor era, although the specifics were unknown. However, the terror of those great emperors was more or less recorded in these large sections. Even those who could break through the tribulation and establish a sect were all on a bone or a part of the body of those great emperors. A single bone was enough to make the entire sect develop to such a terrifying extent. Not to mention, this was before those ancient emperors. However, these red spider webs were actually able to trap and kill ancient emperors. Then aren't we going to die here today? Even an ancient great emperor could be killed, let alone us? We're just transcending the tribulation. Then what should we do? Are we just going to wait for death? The group of cultivators looked dejected and didn't know what to do. What's wrong with the West Bull Continent? Why was it Yi Hao first and then this mystic realm? Could it be that all the luck of the Western Bull Continent has been absorbed? Damn it. The experts complained helplessly. Beside him, Mo Lianhua was treating Mo Yan's injuries. The Sea King has come to take the opportunity to suppress the enemy. At this moment, Fatty Rongrong brought Black Tortoise. The two quickly arrived. Iron-eating beast, is it the iron-eating beast from before? And that green turtle? Instantly, everyone's gazes all turned towards Fatty Rongrong and Black Tortoise. Master, it's this old dirty turtle who looked at me lecherously before. He's an old pervert. Mo Lianhua complained. The Iron Eater devoured all of the black mist. I wonder what this ugly green-haired turtle is capable of. This green-furred turtle looks quite comical, but this iron-eating beast is a little fierce. Immediately, the voices of discussion rang out. These voices were all praising Fatty Rongrong's might, and there were even people who spoke of how Fatty Rongrong had swallowed all the black mist in one gulp, drawing praise from everyone. However, he still had doubts about Black Tortoise. The repeated calls for the green turtle made the Black Tortoise's face turn gloomy. Also, what was an old dirty turtle? I'm a sea king. The sea king. Sea king. Important things were repeated 3 times. In an instant, the Black Tortoise was furious. In an instant, the spiritual energy around its body erupted, and the Black Tortoise Dharma idol instantly appeared, level with the sky. The terrifying pressure directly passed through the emperor-slaying formation. The Black Tortoise's mountain-like terrifying pressure directly crushed many of the tribulation-passing experts present. They squatted on the ground one by one, unable to get up. Black Tortoise, it's actually Black Tortoise. Heavens, the legendary Black Tortoise is so terrifying. No wonder he can ride on the head of an Iron Eater. It's the divine beast Black Tortoise. This was a legendary existence. Many voices were extremely shocked. Even Mo Lianhua was completely stunned. Xian, Black Tortoise? Mo Lianhua looked at the Black Tortoise in disbelief. Previously, he had actually called her an old dirty turtle. Mo Lianhua lowered her head in fear and buried her head into her own mountain range. That's right. Remember my name, Sea King. The Black Tortoise looked at the shocked crowd and smiled. This was the treatment of this Sea King. As he spoke, he walked into the emperor-slaying formation and came to Mo Lianhua's side. Little girl, this rose is for you. The Black Tortoise looked at Mo Lianhua and said indifferently. Senior gave it to me? Mo Lianhua's face was filled with shock and disbelief as she hurriedly took the thorny rose. Seeing Mo Lianhua put away the thorny rose, Black Tortoise nodded and said, All right, since you've accepted this Sea King's roses, you're now a woman under this Sea King's protection. If you have any problems in the future, feel free to find this Sea King. As he spoke, he prepared to leave arrogantly. Big brother, he left just like that? Fatty Rongrong asked in confusion. Boring. Can it be fun if you win her over? Black Tortoise said with a smile. I see, Big Brother is awesome. Fatty Rongrong cheered from the side. At this moment, Xiao Changtian and the others also arrived. However, Xiao Changtian's path was blocked by red spider silk. Why is there a spider web? Xiao Changtian said as he reached out with one hand. Chapter 97, Chapter 97. No, this is an existence even stronger than a great emperor. Chapter 97. No, this is an existence even stronger than a great emperor. I. Xiao Changtian's voice rang out, and countless cultivators looked at Xiao Changtian and his group. Xiao Changtian raised a hand and was about to push the spider web away. Everyone present saw this scene. A mortal has entered the mystic realm. Even a 9th-level Tribulation Transcendence Realm cultivator would turn into ashes if they touched this emperor-slaying array, let alone a mortal. Instantly, all the cultivators present sneered. Some kind-hearted cultivators waved their hands to stop Xiao Changtian from touching the formation. However, most of them had cold expressions on their faces. To immortal cultivators, mortals were like ants. There was no need to remind them. It was like an ordinary person walking on the street and casually stepping on an ant without any pity. That was because he did not put ants in his eyes at all. Haha, it's finally here. In the dark chamber, the man wearing the skull mask sneered as he looked at the crystal in his hand with a vicious gaze. The monarch-slaying formation was set up for Xiao Changtian. As long as Xiao Changtian touched it, he would be severely injured even if he didn't die. At that time, the spiders hiding in the secret realm could attack at any time and kill a heavily injured great emperor. The skull-masked man sneered as he stared at the crystal ball. The spider that was hiding in the dark was ready to attack. Its 8 spider legs were already bent and ready to exert force at any time. These spider webs are so troublesome. Xiao Changtian held the white tiger in one hand and lowered his head. He didn't see anyone waving at him. Then, a hand reached for the spider web. Then he gently fiddled with it. Hadai. The emperor-slaying formation is an ancient formation. One spent a huge price to revive this formation. The skeleton man was overjoyed when he saw Xiao Changtian reach out his hand. He burst out laughing. It's over. The cultivators who were waving at Xiao Changtian were frozen in the air with despair on their faces. No one could save this mortal now. Hiss hiss. In the dark, the spider lay dormant, spitting out red spider's silk from its mouth. It was already prepared to attack. As long as Xiao Changtian was heavily injured, he could kill him in one strike. How troublesome. I don't have any tools or anything. I have to open it myself. Xiao Changtian said speechlessly. He waved his hand and the red spider's silk broke instantly. The few forces who saw this scene were instantly dumbfounded. What's going on? Didn't the Emperor's Slayer formation work? Why isn't this mortal dead? Impossible, let's try. Those cultivators all looked puzzled. A tribulation transcendence Taoist threw out a Dharma treasure and hit the emperor-slaying formation. Gotcha! The Dharma treasure shattered and was blasted into pieces by the terrifying power of the emperor-slaying formation. Hiss! Instantly, everyone gasped in shock. That was a high-grade defensive spirit weapon. Although it wasn't anything precious to a tribulation-transcending cultivator, it had been blasted to smithereens, but this mortal in front of him was actually fine. Suddenly, someone spoke. This person is not a mortal at all. He's an old monster. It's very likely that he's an old monster that's even more awesome than the ancient great emperor. Jade Sect's sect leader asked in puzzlement. How is that possible? How can an old monster not have any cultivation? Someone scoffed. Who said one don't have cultivation? Without cultivation, how could he be fine in front of the emperor-slaying formation? Eltis just that this person's cultivation level is too high, so we couldn't tell at all. We can't tell? Fuck, what realm is that expert at? In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded. It was as if thunder had struck their minds. Qin Shou, the old man who was at the end of his life, was trembling all over. The walking stick he was holding on to trembled continuously on the ground, causing small holes to appear. To be able to break the emperor-slaying formation, this person's cultivation is already beyond our imagination. You must not offend the people of the Qin family. Qin Shou came down directly. The tribulation transcendence experts beside him nodded seriously. The old ancestor had lived for a very long time and was extremely experienced. He had helped the Qin family avoid many crises. Now, everyone was respectful. My Montenegro sect cannot offend this expert. My Celestial Cloud sect is the same. Our sect is the same. Immediately, countless sect leaders imitated Qin Shou's orders and gave orders to the existences in the clan. Hiss hiss. In the dark, the spider was so frightened that it did not dare to move. It spat out countless red spider silk from its mouth and sent a message to the man in the skeleton mask in the dark chamber. In the dark chamber, the crystal ball in the skull-masked man's hand flickered with red light. It was all information from the spider. However, at this moment, the skull-masked man was also stunned on the spot. Who exactly are you? How can you break the emperor-slaying formation so easily? The skull-masked man was so frightened that he took a few steps back before stabilizing his body. After a long time, he gave an order to the spider that was hiding in the dark. Retreat. They had to retreat now. Otherwise, if the spiders were discovered, the entire mythical realm would lose control. Immediately, The spider nodded and retracted all the red spider webs. It hopped on its 8 legs and was about to leave the West Bull continent. At this moment, everyone saw the spider again. These red spider webs were spat out by this spider. What kind of spider is this? It can actually weave an emperor-slaying array. It's so terrifying. Seeing that the spider was about to fly away, no one dared to stop it. Everyone could feel a terrifying aura from the spider. This aura made them wary. Xiao Changtian, on the other hand, was holding a cat in his arms, lowering his head to deal with the spider's silk in his hands. Meow. The white tiger lay in Xiao Changtian's palm and licked the spider's silk for him. The black tortoise saw Xiao Changtian and retreated into its shell. Fatty Rong Rong wanted to make a move and grab that spider. However, another powerful and terrifying aura approached, making him hurriedly retract his claws. Coo coo coo. Accompanied by the crow of a chicken, everyone suddenly saw a phoenix appear. The endless hell seemed to be burning the heavens. Its divine might was impressive, and its figure floated in the 9 heavens. As soon as she opened her mouth, the spider was instantly bitten by her. Chapter 98 Kicking Black Tortoise, Punching Phoenix. Master Yi Fan. Chapter 98 Kicking Black Tortoise, Punching Phoenix. Master Yi Fan. Hiss. The cultivators present couldn't figure out how many times they had gasped. Previously, it was the Iron Eater, the divine beast Black Tortoise. Now, it was the divine beast Phoenix. They were completely stunned. He felt as if he was on a roller coaster today. The phoenix bit the spider and descended from the void. It raised its proud head and stared at everyone with disdain. It had a domineering aura. Humph, ugly turtle, even a small bug, you can't catch it, you're a noob. Phoenix looked at Black Tortoise, who was hiding in his turtle shell, and mocked. You. Hearing that he was being mocked, Black Tortoise was furious. If not for his master being here and the few of them sneaking out, he would not have been so scared that he would have shrunk into his turtle shell. You what you ugly green-furred tortoise? Phoenix said disdainfully, her face filled with contempt. Phoenix, one can't bear it anymore. In an instant, the black tortoise charged forward and pounced on the phoenix. They instantly bit and tore at each other. As for that little spider, it was picked up by the fat Rong Rong, who smashed it and ate it in one bite. The taste is not bad. After eating, Fatty Rong Rong nodded. The cultivators present were already so shocked that they were speechless. Watching the divine beast Phoenix and the divine beast Black Tortoise biting and fighting, they even turned around one after another, not daring to watch. This was a battle between divine beasts. He was only a mortal. If he angered the divine beasts, he and the others would not be able to bear the consequences. However, when they turned around and faced Xiao Changtian, their hearts skipped a beat. Just then, they saw Xiao Changtian raising his head and smiling at them. Hello, Senior. Hello, Senior. All the tribulation-passing experts looked at Xiao Changtian with a smile. Such an expert was able to destroy the emperor-slaying formation with a wave of his hand. Even those ancient emperors weren't capable of such a feat. He must not be offended. Senior? Are you talking about the Great Sun Immortal? Xiao Changtian looked at the Great Sun Immortal standing beside him and nodded, agreeing with his idea. Taoist Big Sun was still powerful. He had already come to the West Bull continent, but he was still considered an expert and was called Senior by others. Taoist Big Sun, you guys chat first. I have something to deal with. Xiao Changtian smiled and said to Taoist Big Sun and the other experts. As for him, he was going to deal with the turtle and the old hen. He actually dared to sneak out behind his back and was even fighting. He couldn't tolerate it. Xiao Changtian's face darkened as he walked towards the turtle and the hen. You two are really capable. It's really 3 days without a beating. Xiao Changtian's angry voice rang out, and everyone looked at him. Xiao Changtian stared at the turtle and kicked it into a hole. If you dare to be disobedient again, I'll stew you and make turtle soup. My patience is limited. This is the last time, do you hear me? Xiao Changtan looked at the green-haired turtle that he had just kicked out and said angrily. The black tortoise sensed Xiao Changtian's anger. It quickly stuck out its head from its shell and nodded. Seeing the turtle admit his mistake, Xiao Changtian turned his gaze to the hen. The old hen was also frightened. She squatted on the ground and wrapped her wings around herself, not daring to move. That arrogant head didn't dare to raise up anymore. Instead, it buried itself into a small pit in front of Li's eyes. "Oomph, now you know how to act cowardly? What did you do earlier? You deserve a beating." As he spoke, Xiao Changtian held the cat in his left hand and grabbed the hen's neck with his right hand, lifting her up. "If you don't listen to me, I'll pluck all your chicken feathers on the spot and roast chicken." Xiao Changtian stared at the old hen and said fiercely. "Coo coo coo." The old hen was so frightened that her entire body trembled, and she did not dare to move. Xiao Changtian looked at the hen and threw it down. These two animals really made him worry. If one day he was casually caught by a passerby and eaten directly, wouldn't he be unable to open the path of invincibility? This would not do. As an animal warden in his previous life, Xiao Changtian knew very well that some animals needed to be taught patiently. However, some animals had to be a little harsh and undergo guiding punishment in order to become obedient. After dealing with these two, Xiao Changtian looked at the fat Rongrong. Fatty Rongrong was scared out of her wits, directly running over, hugging Xiao Changtian's thigh, her mouth crying out in a pleading voice. Even her pair of big eyes were about to burst into tears. He was scared. "Forget it, don't hang out with this green-haired turtle in the future," Xiao Changtian said angrily. Sob, sob, sob. Fatty Rongrong nodded seriously, hanging on Xiao Changtian's thigh, not daring to come down. When the crowd saw this scene, their previous shock was no longer counted. Countless people gasped. The temperature in the cave rose sharply. The senior in front of him kicked the black tortoise and punched the phoenix. Even the Iron Eater could only beg for mercy. They only felt that the terrifying black fog, the emperor-slaying array, the crocodiles, the ferocious beasts, the silk-spitting spiders, it was just a drizzle, nothing much. It was like the difference between a river and a lake and the huge waves of the sea. If someone had told them before that there was a senior who could kick the black tortoise and punch the phoenix, they would definitely scoff and laugh disdainfully, thinking that he was bragging. But now they believed it. He completely believed it. Why is the temperature rising so fast? Xiao Changtian, who had taught the black tortoise and phoenix a lesson, turned around in confusion. Everyone who was gasping immediately stopped and bent down with a smile on their faces. Facing this senior in front of him, although it did not have any terrifying might, its might was 1,000 times more terrifying than the previous emperor-slaying formation and the black tortoise phoenix. No, 10,000 times. 100,000 times. Everyone was extremely shocked as they whispered to each other with their true chi. "Senior, why haven't I heard of his name before? I wonder who is stronger between this senior and Yi Fan. The two of them don't seem to have any cultivation. With our tribulations, it's impossible to compare them." Some of the tribulation transcending experts communicated with each other in a low voice, comparing Yi Fan and Xiao Changtian. When he spoke of transcending the tribulation, his voice was bitter. He even added 2 words in front of it. For the first time, they felt that their tribulation transcendence realm was actually so small. He was like a frog at the bottom of a well. After coming out of the dry well and seeing the vastness of the world, he felt small after being shocked. At this moment, Yi Fan and the others walked out from another passageway. There were some blood stains on their bodies, as if a battle had happened. "Master, you're here?" Chapter 99, Chapter 99, The First Bookstore Chain Store I. Chapter 99, The First Bookstore Chain Store I. "Master, you're here?" Yi Fan's happy voice sounded. Everyone saw Yi Fan and the others walking towards Xiao Changtian with extremely respectful expressions. Because they had gone to another passage. That passage contained a supreme array formation and killing intent. Moreover, the red spider silk of the emperor-slaying formation also appeared. Fortunately, Mu Jiahuang recognized him and did not charge into the array easily. They only walked out when the emperor-slaying formation was broken. Disciple? So you're here too, and Jiu'er? Xiao Changtian saw Yi Fan and Mu Jiahuang and smiled faintly. He originally thought that it would take a lot of effort to find Yi Fan. After all, he had never asked his disciple about the exact location of his home in the West Bull continent. He did not expect to meet her here. This was really something that he had searched for without any effort. Master, why are you here? Mu Jiahuang asked curiously. However, compared to the opportunities in his master's small courtyard, it was far inferior. Wasn't this matter unreasonable? We'll talk about this later. Let's leave first and head to the Wang clan. Xiao Changtian said calmly. He looked at Wang Jingtian and asked him to lead the way. As the saying goes, wealth should not be exposed. The matter of giving money to his disciple could not be said here. Wang Jingtian was sweating profusely and hurriedly agreed. He completely did not expect that this senior in front of him was actually Senior Yi Fan's master. That day, Yi Fan attacked and killed Yi Hao with one axe. The shocking scene of the Western Bull continent had already been recorded in the crystal ball. Wang Jingtian had naturally seen it before. Even if that terrifying axe wanted to split the West Bull continent apart, he would still believe it. Originally, he thought that Xiao Changtian had no cultivation, but he had a divine beast. He was an expert who hid in the mortal world and played around. He even compared Xiao Changtian and Yi Fan to see who was stronger. The two of them were very similar in age, which made Wang Jingtian curious. As the saying goes, there is no second best in literature and no second best in martial arts. In the world of cultivation, everyone will subconsciously compare the strong. But now, this senior was actually Yi Fan's master. Wang Jingtian was so shocked that his face was covered in sweat. He was only an outer sect disciple in the Lin family. However, he still knew the eldest daughter of the Lin family, Lin Tingxi. Standing next to Yi Fan was the eldest daughter of the Yi family, Lin Tingxi. Even the Lin family could not be compared to Yi Fan. There was probably no one on the entire continent who could compare to Yi Fan's master. Please. Wang Jingtian stood up and hurriedly led the way. Xiao Changtian took the lead and Yi Fan and the others followed behind. The Black Tortoise, Phoenix, and Iron Eater followed Yi Fan and quietly left under everyone's respectful gazes. 15 minutes later, the group of people, who were as still as stone statues, finally came back to their senses. This senior is actually Yi Fan's master. Not only that, the Empress even called him master. Taoist Xingyun still calls this senior. A series of exclamations rang out. The voices were like waves, wave after wave, and each wave was stronger than the last. What's wrong with this world? Am I dreaming? Could it be that my life is coming to an end and I'm hallucinating? The walking stick that the Qin family's ancestor, Qin Shou, was holding trembled endlessly. In the next moment, he raised his walking stick and slapped the Qin family's patriarch's head. "Oh, ancestor, why did you hit me?" The Qin family head said in pain. "You're not dreaming?" Qin Shou asked in realization. The Qin family head was speechless. After a long time, everyone still did not leave. Instead, they analyzed what had happened in the West Bull continent recently. Previously, Yi Fan's supreme being bone was dug out by the Yi family and he was on the verge of death. It hasn't even been a few months since then, right? There's also the great Empress and Taoist Xingyun. Both of them have broken through to the Mahayana realm. That's the legendary Mahayana realm. Senior's divine beasts, the Black Torts, and the Phoenix. Everyone analyzed with relish. The more they analyzed, the more shocked they were. The final conclusion was that Xiao Changtian was too powerful. He was a peerless expert from ancient times who brought him a supreme opportunity. Only Mo Lianhua, the leftover girl from Jade Lady sect, looked hesitant. She rested her chin on her hands and sat in front of the lake, feeling lost. She held the red thorny blood rose in her hand, and the shadow of the black tortoise vaguely echoed in her mind. Wang clan. Because of Xiao Changtian's return, the entire Wang clan was filled with a tense atmosphere. Even a wily old fox like the head of the Wang family would wipe the sweat off his forehead from time to time. Master Wang, is the weather very hot? Xiao Changtian asked. It's not hot. I'm weak. This is sweat, the Wang family head hurriedly explained. Motherfucker. Among the people in front of him, one was the #1 empress of the human race, one was a 100-year-old ancestor, and the last was the eldest son of the Yi family of the Western Bull continent. However, these people were only the disciples, maids, or juniors of the seniors. The Wang family head felt like a small ant sitting across from a few elephants. Even though the Wang clan's beast fur leather was incomparably soft, at this moment he felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Yi Fan, this is your second junior brother, Wang Miaoshu. The first thing Yi Fan did was to let Yi Fan and Wang Miaoshu get to know each other. Greetings, eldest senior brother. Wang Miaoshu knelt down with a respectful expression. Second senior brother, please rise. Yi Fan smiled faintly and helped Wang Miaoshu up. Their eyes were filled with sincerity. To be able to become Master's disciple was a supreme opportunity. He must be an outstanding person or a person with a pure character. After a simple introduction, the two of them were greeted. Didn't you ask me why one came to the West Bull continent? Xiao Changtian said slowly. Hearing this, everyone focused their attention and listened. Xiao Changtian said, the West Bull continent has indeed suffered a serious disaster. There are some things that you can't handle at the moment. I'll help. End quote. Xiao Changtian wanted to say that he was here to deliver gold. I was in a hurry when I left, so I didn't bring any gold. However, after seeing the scene of the disaster in the Western Bull continent, it was obvious that the earth had trembled. Otherwise, why would the road be split apart, with a chasm and collapse? However, since the earth had moved, the gold he had brought with him was clearly not enough. He could only think of another way. After thinking about it, Xiao Changtian felt that he should open the first Changtian Book Bureau in the West Bull continent. In the Great Sun Courier Station, the cultivators preferred to read their own books. It was just an earthquake. To mortals, it was a disaster, but to cultivators, it was a trivial matter. He could use the money that immortal cultivators used to buy books to help Yi Fan rebuild his home. Then the first branch of the Changxing bookstore will start from the West Bull continent. Chapter 100 Chapter 100 Chapter 100 Big hit, sold well. Underscore. Chapter 100 Chapter 100 Big hit, sold well. Underscore I. Thank you, Master. Yi Fan said gratefully, his heart incomparably warm. His master was a peerless expert who enjoyed the peaceful and quiet days of the world. However, he actually went out personally for her. The gratitude in Yi Fan's heart was indescribable. You're my disciple. There's no need for the words thank you between master and disciple. Xiao Changtian waved his hand and said indifferently. I thought about it and decided to open the Changxing bookstore chain in the West Province first. Only then can we achieve our goal. Xiao Changtian caressed the white tiger in his arms. His eyes were deep and he was already thinking about how to plan the first chain store. Yi Fan and the others saw Xiao Changtian's deep gaze. They were all shocked. Could it be that Senior is preparing to intimidate those people in the dark? Mu Zhihuang looked puzzled, but she was overjoyed. If Senior's bookstore were to appear, the people in the dark would definitely be intimidated by Senior and not dare to make a move again. And out of Yi Fan and out of the Great Sun Immortal. Taoist Xingyun and the Wang family were all puzzled. Such a Senior actually wanted to open a bookstore. Senior was such a mighty figure, yet he actually did something that mortals did. However, the Wang family head did not fall into a daze. Instead, he immediately said, Senior wants to open a bookstore chain. My Wang family will invest all our resources to support Senior. The Wang family head expressed his stance immediately. Such a master, acting grotesque, he seems to be all normal. However, even if such a senior wanted to give away the entire Wang family, the Wang family head would not say anything. Wang Jingtian, who was at the side, saw his father's quick response and praised him in his heart. He wanted to remind his father, but he didn't expect his father to be so shrewd. As expected, the older the wiser. Wang Jingtian thought to himself. All right, Patriarch Wang, I'll take it that you're a shareholder. Xiao Changtian didn't refuse. If he wanted to open a chain store in the West Bull continent, he still needed financial support. The Wang family was a big business and was a good partner. Furthermore, the test at the Great Sun Relay Station proved that the online novels from his previous life were even more popular with cultivators on the Tianyuan continent. Hence, he decided to do it. Xiao Changtian and family head Wang discussed the follow-up and then started to implement it. A few days passed. Xiao Changtian wrote down a few books according to his memory. Every single one of them was a divine work from back then. It was even a novel that he could finish reading even if he stayed up all night. Just these few books. Xiao Changtian placed the books in front of Master Wang and ordered Butler Wang to copy them. He stood in front of the high platform and looked into the distance. As he wrote down these books, the memories of the past surfaced in his mind. The story missions in each of them were very interesting. He could not help but reminisce. For a moment he was filled with emotions. Even his gaze turned deep. After standing for a while, Xiao Changtian sighed. He felt that the system was too much of a scam, so he went back to his room to rest. Sitting on the stone bench, Master Wang, Taoist Xingyun, and the others were curious. Senior, what's wrong? Why was he so depressed? He seemed to be recalling some vicissitudes of the past. A mighty figure like Senior is really hard to guess. The few of them sighed and then curiously flipped open the book that Xiao Changtian had written. Hiss. This. Taoist Xingyun's pupils dilated, and the Wang family's master was so shocked that he stuttered. Wang Jingtian, who was about to get up and pay his respects, saw the strange behavior of the Wang family's head. He thought that something had happened and rushed over in a hurry. With a glance, he scanned the contents of the book. Clang! The sword in Wang Jingtian's hand fell to the ground on the spot. He slumped down on his butt, and the floor was smashed open. Wang Miaoshou followed closely behind. An hour later. No wonder Senior sighed earlier. His gaze was ancient, as if he had recalled something. These worlds were probably experienced by Senior, right? A single person ruled over the Aeon, cut off the path to immortality, led everyone to high heavens, and fought with the gods. Pangu came first, then the heavens. Senior, before the chaos. These experts turned the stars in the sky into ashes in the blink of an eye. Shocked voices rang out like mosquitoes, and everyone felt a chill run down their spines. These worlds and experts were probably all existences from the ancient era. These existences disappeared one by one, dissipating into the river of time. Only Senior could escape from time and be eternal. Speculations sprouted in everyone's hearts one after another, and then they spread out like bamboo shoots after the rain. Several hours passed. The head of the Wang family then instructed Butler Wang with a trembling voice to copy these shares. Moreover, he had to use the most expensive paper, the best typography, and the best craftsmen. After giving the order, the Changsheng bookstore was built within 2 hours. At this moment, the Wang families had no longer cared about money. Being able to do the best for his senior was the greatest opportunity for the Wang family. Finally, 3 days later, Changsheng bookstore opened. The pages were gilded, and the top characters were printed on them. Each book was sold for 100 taels of gold. Isn't this a little too expensive? Xiao Changtian didn't expect that the Wang family head would be so honest. Even the pages of the book were gilded. However, what happened next stunned Xiao Changtian. The cultivators that he had seen in the secret realm had all gone crazy and fought to buy them. Even a book had directly soared to 1,000,000 taels of gold. Although Xiao Changtian knew that gold was nothing to cultivators, he still limited the price. In his previous life, Web novels were not expensive to begin with, let alone free ones. No matter what, he could not raise the price at will. In the end, he set the maximum price of a book at 500 gold taels so that it would not be so ridiculous. Seeing the bookstore open, Xiao Changtian was overjoyed. He turned around and left. He would leave the rest to family head Wang. Only after Xiao Changtian left did the cultivators who bought the books and the tribulation-transcending experts start to discuss crazily. Why didn't I think of cultivating this technique before? Emperor Vicious, you really think you're a role model for us female cultivators? Mo Yen, the sect leader of the Jade Lady sect, was shocked. The Qin family's ancestor, Qin Shou, looked at Changxing in his hand. A violent aura fluctuated around his body. Suddenly, he had broken through. I actually broke through. The insights of these seniors actually allowed me to break through. Ha! A wild and hearty laughter rang out. Senior is truly terrifying. After the intense discussion, everyone was shocked and said in unison. In their eyes, a book was an era, or even more eras and planes. However, Senior was actually able to record it. It was unimaginable. Even the skeletal man in the dark chamber had obtained one. Chapter 101 Chapter 101 Asking the Divine Lord which era is this? Underscore. Chapter 101 Asking the Divine Lord which era is this? Underscore I. Master, this is the bookstore opened by that existence. I've brought back a few novels for you. A scene flashed across the crystal ball. The skeletal man put away the crystal ball and looked at the gilded pages of the novel curiously. A wisp of black gas came out from behind him and flipped through a few novels. What? The black gas was his spiritual will. In a few breaths, he had finished reading all the basic novels. The skeletal man stood up with a swoosh, and the stool behind him was kicked away. Behind her, the black shadow that had been burned by the flames earlier slowly floated out. This was the first time she had seen the skull-masked man so shocked. Then she glanced at the novels. Instantly, the black shadow swayed and even began to dissipate. Fortunately, the skull-masked man regained his senses and stabilized the black shadow again. The records inside are extremely real and don't seem to be fabricated. Compared to the glory of the Tianyuan continent before the fallen emperor era, martial arts are even more prosperous. It is not inferior to the legendary immortal world. It is even more terrifying. The skull-masked man said in a low voice. The entire secret chamber was filled with his echo. Then, the black shadow asked weakly. We need to consult the gods about this matter. Hearing the word God, the black shadow nodded silently. Then, his figure disappeared and he left the secret chamber. After a long time, the skeletal man hesitantly opened a hidden box on the table. Inside the box was a huge skull. As the skull appeared, an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly descended on the dark chamber. Why did you wake me up? The skull glowed with a faint green light. Sir God, the matter of the Tianyuan continent has been obstructed by someone, the skull-masked man replied. What? Instantly, the skull flew into a rage and trembled violently. However, the skull seemed to have thought of something and calmed down again. Who is it? You might be an ant, but there should be no one on the Tianyuan continent who can match you in this era. The skull-masked man shook his head and said, Sir Divine Lord, that person's cultivation is far above mine. In fact, he even has Black Tortoise and Phoenix by his side. What? The Black Tortoise and the Phoenix have appeared? Upon hearing Black Tortoise and Phoenix, the skull seemed to have thought of something and sounded shocked. Yes. Not only that, the master behind them is even more terrifying. I once used the Emperor slaying formation to kill them, but he destroyed it with a wave of his hand. The skull-masked man ordered. You want me to help you get rid of him? You should know that I've already attacked once. The price is not light. I'll only attack once in 100,000 years. The skull said solemnly. No, I'm not asking the Divine Lord to take action. I'm asking the Divine Lord to help me take a look at these novels. The man in the skull mask said. As he spoke, he placed the gold-plated novels in front of the skull. A novel! The skeletal divine lord frowned and swept his divine will over. What era is this? These existences. After the skull divine lord finished scanning with his spiritual force, he stopped in midair and muttered to himself. The skull-masked man's heart sank when he saw the divine lord's expression. Could it be that even this divine lord of the immortal world did not know? However, he didn't dare to urge her. In the immortal world. The skeleton divine lord was puzzled and shocked. He passed the contents of the novel to the other divine lords with his divine sense. How terrifying is this? Which era? These existences can destroy us with a snap of their fingers, right? Where did these records come from? Powerful auras looked at the skeleton god. This is about the matter in the lower realm. As the skeleton divine lord spoke, he recounted the entire process. That person, could it be related to that legend? I can't say much. That's a forbidden existence. How can it be in a lower realm that doesn't even have a great emperor? That's true, but that person is probably the reincarnation of some lucky person, or he made it up out of thin air. It can't be true. How can there be such a powerful existence in the world? The group of divine lords discussed this matter with a solemn expression. In the end, however, everyone agreed that the Tianyuan continent no longer had an emperor after the skeleton god's attack. The opportunity to become a martial monarch realm expert had completely disappeared, and it had become a desolate continent with incomplete laws. It was impossible for him to be an expert. At most, he was in existence before the fallen emperor era. The skeleton divine lord nodded. After combining all kinds of analysis, he descended into the dark chamber again. This person is an exception. He should be someone who survived before the Di Luo era. As for the novel, it's just fabricated. As long as you open the door of antiquity and recover your strength, I will send down divine light to bring you to the divine world. Bring forward the dark chaos. After the skeleton god finished speaking, the green light disappeared, and the skull fell into the dark box again. The dark turmoil in advance? From now on, the Tianyuan continent will not even be able to transcend tribulation. The skull-masked man's eyes were deep as he said in a deep voice. After a while, his voice suddenly became ferocious. Hee, what does it have to do with me? When did the Tianyuan continent accept me? The skeletal man's voice was mournful. The crystal ball appeared again and he issued orders. Instantly. In countless sections. The cultivators were shocked. The dark chaos has started early. In Daong Town. The pavilion master of the secret pavilion was taking a stroll. He looked into the courtyard and found that the door of Xiao Chongtian's courtyard was closed. All of a sudden, he frowned and his heart skipped a beat. That's not right. My heart is so flustered. The pavilion master of the secret pavilion touched his chest with a puzzled expression. This feeling of panic and helplessness was something that only the old pavilion master of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets had felt before he passed away. As the pavilion master thought about this, the Heaven's Secrets compass once again appeared in front of his body. He formed all kinds of spells, his fingers constantly calculating, and his mouth chanted complex and ancient chants. His entire face carried an extremely gloomy expression. He was deducing. He wanted to use the art of divination to deduce what had happened on the Tianyuan continent. 2 hours later, the head of the pavilion master of Heavenly Secrets was covered in bean-sized sweat. The sweat rolled down and dripped onto the ground. The Heaven's Secrets compass also landed on the ground in an instant. Gotcha! A corner of the Heaven's Secrets compass was knocked off. Mo Tianji's expression changed drastically. The Tianyuan continent will face a great calamity. Chapter 102 Chapter 102 Dark City Descends. Chapter 102 Dark City Descends. Rumble. Countless dark clouds gathered in the sky as the pavilion master of the secret pavilion finished speaking. There was an ominous feeling in that black cloud. This black cloud did not only cover the northern barren continent, but the entire Tianyuan continent. Wang Clan, in a small courtyard. Xiao Changtian looked at the sky with a dumbfounded expression. The sun was shining brightly just now. Why was it suddenly going to rain? This lousy weather is affecting the bookstore's sales. Xiao Changtian smacked his lips. It was just a rainy day, but it was a good time to sleep. He was tired from counting money, so he went to take a nap. He walked back to the small house and began to sleep. Soon he started snoring. Outside the room, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A sense of oppression that was about to rain caused the entire West Bull continent to panic. What's going on? Mu Jiahuang looked at the black clouds in the sky with a solemn expression. She felt that there was something terrifying in the black cloud. However, she could not tell what it was exactly. Could it be that the black fog from before is making a comeback? Countless cultivators had terrified expressions on their faces. The incident with Yi Hao had already caused everyone in the West Bull continent to panic. Now, as long as everyone saw the black fog, they would be terrified. The other 3 continents were also in fear. One by one, the ancestors appeared and observed the heavenly secrets, but they could not find anything. This black cloud came too quickly without any warning. Nanbu continent, within the beast-taming sect. Aya! Chu Yiren was wearing a long dress that fluttered on the floor. With a smile on her face, Chu Yiren carefully studied the details of being a lady under the guidance of a maid, from eating to putting on makeup to walking. Chu Yiren was strolling along, making herself look graceful and graceful. However, she made a mistake and the heel of her right foot stepped on her skirt. However, her left foot had already stepped out and she fell on the ground. Sob, one don't want to learn anymore. This is too difficult. Chu Yiren's face darkened. As a cultivator, it was nothing much for her to fall to the ground. However, this was the 1000th time she had practiced. Every time she reached this step, she would fall down. This was also the 1000th time she had fallen. Miss, didn't you say that you have to become a lady in order to be liked by others? Isn't this very tolerant? The maid at the side could not stand it anymore. If it weren't for the fact that Chu Yiren was the daughter of the sovereign, she would have slapped her long ago. She really could not stand it anymore. This young lady of hers was a genius in cultivation, but when it came to being a lady, she felt that it was better to forget about it. However, as a maid, she would be beaten to death if she spoke like this. She could only speak extremely patiently. Forget it, I won't learn this anymore. Just teach me charm. 1 foot 11 inches, use it next time. Divine Beast Chu Yiren tore off her dress, revealing her long, snow-white legs. All this. Hearing that Chu Yiren wanted to learn the art of bewitching, the maid's face reddened slightly. Helpless, she nodded. Then in the room 2 women. Pa! Suddenly, Chu Yiren was imitating the maidservant's charm technique. The scene was beautiful, but Maniac Chu barged in. Daughter, something big has happened. Maniac Chu pushed open the door and saw the scene in front of him. He was speechless. Father? Sect Master. In an instant, Chu Yiren and the maid were shocked and hurriedly got off the bed. Father, why didn't you knock when you came in? Chu Yiren said angrily. Yiren, what happened to you? You won't, Maniac Chu stuttered as he stared at Chu Yiren in disbelief. Chu Yiren rolled her eyes at Maniac Chu. Then Chu Yiren waved her hand, gesturing for the maid to leave. After the maid left, Chu Yiren finally explained everything. I see. Maniac Chu finally relaxed. He then turned to Chu Yiren. Daughter, something big has happened. There's going to be a disaster on the Tianyuan continent. Maniac Chu told him about the black fog. Father, do you mean that you want me to find Senior? What happened? Maniac Chu nodded. That black fog isn't just a simple black fog. Now that it's in the sky, something big must have happened. I've already contacted a few sects from other continents and they've also told me about this. End quote. If anything happens, I need to stabilize the situation, so now, only you can go and ask. Remember, Senior is an expert. You can't be rude, Especially when it was like just now, it was easy to attract the senior's dislike. Men's thoughts are generally the same, but senior is different. Do you understand? Maniac Chu warned. He was really afraid that Chu Iren would say the same shocking words again and make the senior unhappy. Oh, Chu Iren replied casually. When she heard that she would be able to meet her senior, her face lit up with joy. Riding on the Snow Wolf King, she left in a hurry. Sigh. Looking at his daughter, Maniac Chu could only sigh. He called Elder Wang over to protect Chu Iren. On the same day, above the sea near the central heaven continent, a black palace descended from the black fog. This palace was called Dark City. This dark city was emitting rolling black clouds, making it difficult for people to spy on it. What exactly is going on with that dark city? It seems to be related to the black fog from before? I don't know. Ever since the dark city appeared, the black clouds seem to have stopped moving. What is the origin of Dark City? For a moment, people who didn't know the truth began to guess and have different opinions. In the dark chamber, the man with the skeleton mask looked at the Dark City and nodded in satisfaction. The Dark City was a magic treasure of the immortal world that absorbed the nomological fate of this continent. As long as he absorbed enough laws, he could open the ancient door. At that time, on the other side, inside Changxing bookstore, Mu Jiawang's expression was solemn. A light lit up on the ring in her hand. It was a message from the Nine Phoenix dynasty. The content of the message was naturally about the Dark City on the sea of the Central Heaven continent. Mu Jiawang scanned the message with her spiritual will. I know, Dark City. It seems that those people have made a move. Mu Jiawang muttered. Her face was solemn, but she did not gather the 9 phoenixes to attack the crowd at the first moment. Great Emperor, what about this matter? Don't use any methods for now. Observe in secret and wait for my orders. Mu Jiahuang answered directly. He had to ask his master about this matter first. Chapter 103 Chapter 103 Naturally, someone would take care of such a small matter like. Chapter 103 Naturally, someone would take care of such a small matter like. Mu Jiahuang entered the room. Xiao Changtian was currently feeding the turtle. You green-haired turtle, if you dare to run away again, 1 foot 11 inches, use the hammer in the small courtyard to break your turtle shell. You old hen, next time I won't be grabbing your neck, but taking you to the kitchen and chopping you up with a knife. Xiao Changtian lectured the 2 divine beasts with anger on his face. These 2 are really troublesome. Can't they learn from Alpha? Playing chess every day to cultivate noble sentiments. Every day he only thought of quarreling and bickering. If one day he was swallowed alive by a passerby, who would he reason with? The path of invincibility was ruined just like that. If the 2 of you can understand, I'll give the 2 of you an opportunity in the future. But if you don't listen to me, you'll end up very miserable. Xiao Changtian said lightly. The black tortoise and phoenix's eyes lit up and they nodded. Master's Tao was a supreme Tao. Back then, they were suppressed by an extremely terrifying law. That law was simply invincible in the universe. If they could obtain the opportunity bestowed by their master, they could even advance further. At that time, it was not impossible for them to achieve the creation realm. Io, you guys are actually quite intelligent. Xiao Changtian looked at the turtle and the phoenix and nodded, smiling faintly. The opportunity he was talking about was naturally waiting for the person who had completed the system to open the path of invincibility. After becoming invincible, he would give the green-haired turtle, the old hen, and the dog a chance to improve their bloodline. The turtle upgraded to the black tortoise, and the old hen upgraded to the phoenix. In Xiao Changtian's heart, he had already imagined the scene after completing the mission more than once. Master. Mu Jiahuang spoke respectfully. Jiao, what's the matter? Xiao Changtian asked. This rainy day was filled with speechlessness. What did Jiao want to do when she suddenly came to find him? Master, I have received news that a huge dark castle has appeared on the sea of the Central Heaven continent. The dark clouds in the sky are coming from that dark castle. Mu Jiahuang said. What is it? There was such a thing? One thought it was because of the bad weather, but it turns out that someone was up to something. These people deserve to die. Xiao Changtian said angrily. Master, do you also think those people are despicable? Mu Jiahuang asked when she saw Xiao Changtian's anger. The master was a supreme mighty figure, a reclusive expert. He hid in the mortal world and returned to his original state to seek seclusion. Clearly, he was troubled by this black fog. Those people can only be said to have evil intentions, Xiao Changtian said. Which orthodox cultivator would release a black cloud? Moreover, that black cloud was terrifying. It was probably not that simple. It must be someone from the demonic path or the demon race who wanted to do something bad. In his previous life, he had read many novels. Even in the basic online novels that he had written from memory, there were some villains who did this and did things like sucking the blood of humans. Wasn't this considered evil? Isn't this considered hateful? Then, should we take down Dark City? Mu Jiahuang asked again with anticipation in her eyes. If he could find out the secrets of the person behind it, he would be closer to the truth. What are you thinking about? Of course I don't care. There's no need to care about such a small matter. Xiao Changtian looked at Mu Jiahuang and said hurriedly. He didn't expect Jiu to have so many thoughts. How could mortals care about such things? To be able to make the entire Tianyuan continent be covered in black clouds, it was definitely some great demon. Generally speaking, this kind of demon was an existence that killed without blinking. Why did mere mortals care so much? This matter would be handled by the mighty cultivators. What was Jiu thinking about every day? Wasn't this a groundless worry? Even if that layer of black fog could devour human souls, blood essence, and so on, there were still immortal cultivators in front of it. It wasn't that they didn't want to do anything, but when faced with something that far exceeded their power, they still braced themselves and rushed forward. If this wasn't sending their heads away, what was it? It was like an egg hitting a stone. Unnecessary sacrifices could be reduced. You don't have to care about this small matter? Mu Jiahuang was stunned. Dark City had appeared, and endless black clouds had covered the Tianyuan continent. The true goal of the person behind the scenes was even for the door of antiquity. Was this a small matter? That's right. To his master, even if those ancient emperors were revived, he wouldn't have to worry too much. Senior Black Tortoise and the others were already ancient emperors. Master's realm could only be higher. This matter was indeed a small matter in the eyes of the senior. However, to the people of the Tianyuan continent, the matter of Dark City was a huge disaster. They could not ignore it. Mu Jiahuang was conflicted and wanted to beg Xiao Changtian to help. The Tianyuan continent was filled with living beings. Immortal cultivators were only a portion of the human race. Most of them were mortals. Master, then this matter, Mu Jiahuang asked. Before she could finish, Xiao Changtian interrupted her. Someone will take care of this matter. Don't worry about it. Think about how you can feed these animals like me and ensure that they are alive and kicking. If you raise these animals well, you will also have a chance. Xiao Changtian's voice was calm. If something happened to the great demon lord, there would definitely be a big shot in the immortal cultivation sect. This matter could be completely assured. The most important thing now was to let Mu Jiahuang learn how to raise these animals as soon as possible. After raising these animals well, she would open the path of invincibility and directly upgrade Jiu to the heavenly empress. In any case, he was invincible and could level up at will. Yes. When Mu Jiahuang heard this, surprise appeared on her pretty face. Senior was asking her to focus on raising the divine beast and comprehend the great Tao within. As for the Dark City, Senior will be in charge of it. Master is such a good person, Mu Jiahuang said gratefully. Mu Jiahuang's face was flushed red as she came out of Xiao Changtian's room. It was the flush of excitement because the senior had given her an animal breeding manual. She flipped through the pages and understood that this was a more powerful great Tao. It was a great Tao that should be taken after breaking through to the Mahayana realm. The previous cultivation technique recorded the tribulation transcendence realm. Because of the Emperor Fall era, The cultivation path after the Great Ascension realm had been cut off. However, this animal breeding manual, although the cover was ordinary, it recorded the cultivation path after the Great Ascension. It was extremely terrifying. In the room, Xiao Chengtan was speechless as he questioned the system. Can you give me something good? Can't you be a little more cool? What about the animal breeding manual? Nambu State. Chu Yiren rode the Snow Wolf King as fast as lightning. She couldn't wait to see Xiao Changtian again. However, halfway through, the Snow Wolf King suddenly let out a low roar. Chapter 104. Chapter 104. Chu Yiren was captured by the joy. Chapter 104. Chu Yiren was captured by the joy. Buddha. 1. The Snow Wolf King let out a deep roar and stopped in front of an island that was glowing with golden Buddhist light. On the island, men and women toasted each other, their faces rippling with a different kind of smile. Their clothes were messy and unsightly. Chu Yiren frowned, finding it hard to believe that these people were Buddhist disciples. If it was before, Chu Yiren wouldn't have minded. But now, this island was blocking her way. Move aside. Chu Yiren's voice was clear and loud. Her voice was accompanied by the surging of her inner core, and it spread throughout the entire island. Who is it? How dare you speak to the people of our Western paradise in such a manner? How dare that son of Ab** Tish make way for our island? Watch me deal him. The monks who were singing and dancing in the night were instantly enraged. They smashed the wine jars in their hands and looked at Chu Yiren with incomparable violence. Then his eyes lit up. Damn, what a beautiful woman. In comparison, the one beside me is simply rouge. One of the monks kicked the woman who was clinging onto him away, staring at Chu Yiren lecherously. Miss, you and I, FOU, are fated. I am the second disciple of the Happy Zen Master. If you are willing to help me cultivate, can I introduce my master to you? Second, it's that silver pewter spearhead. Forget it. Miss, I'm the eldest disciple of the joyful Zen Master. I can directly represent my master and lead you to our Buddhist sect. The monks all had greedy gazes as they sized up Chu Yiren. This made Chu Yiren extremely unhappy. It was fine if these monks didn't make way for her, but now they actually dared to covet her beauty. The monks' lewd gazes made her very unhappy. I think you guys need to be taught a lesson. Without another word, the long whip in Chu Yiren's hand flew out and she swung it at a monk. Oh! The monk was struck in the chest by the whip, and his skin and flesh split open. He screamed, but his face was filled with enjoyment. You. Seeing this, Chu Yiren was rendered speechless. Why was there someone who was enjoying being beaten up? Young lady, you are still young and don't understand the profoundness of this. When you join the branch of my Western Paradise's Zen Master Joyful, one will let you understand that other than whips, there are even more interesting things. The eldest disciple had a smile on his face. As he spoke, he grabbed at Chu Yiren's whip. A massive force surged through her, and Chu Yiren was shocked to discover that the monk before her had a cultivation level higher than hers. Chu Yiren was pulled down from the Snow Wolf King's back by the force. The monks instantly surrounded Chu Yiren. Buddhist seals appeared one after another, forming a huge swastika. Chu Yiren was trapped for a moment, unable to escape. How dare you? At this moment, Elder Wang, who had followed behind, roared angrily. The terrifying palm of a tribulation transcendence expert instantly fell and disintegrated the huge golden Buddhist swastika mark. The monks were sent flying. Only then did Chu Yiren break free. Miss, I'm late, Elder Wang said apologetically as he stood in front of Chu Yiren. The aura around him spread out, intimidating everyone on the island. A tribulation transcendence expert. There's actually a tribulation transcendence expert behind this girl. We've encountered a tough one, quickly informed the Zen master. Many of the joyful Buddha's disciples were terrified and prepared to ask for help. No need, I'm here. At this moment, a deep and heavy voice sounded. It was as angry as thunder, and its powerful aura was in direct confrontation with Elder Wang. In terms of aura, He was even stronger than Elder Wang. Happy Zen Master. Master. The monks who had been blasted into pieces earlier were all pleasantly surprised when they saw the fat monk who was surrounded by golden Buddhist light. The person who came was none other than the vice sect leader of the Western Paradise, Dhyana Master Joyful. He cultivated the joyful Buddhist Tao. Therefore, the disciples were so immersed in wine and sex. Buddha of Joy? Elder Wang's face darkened when he saw the person who had come. He had also heard of the name of the Happy Buddha. He was an expert at the 5th stage of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. He liked beauty and was cruel and rampaging. Miss, you go first. I'll cover the rear, Elder Wang said in a deep voice. With the Joy Buddha personally stepping down, a fierce battle was inevitable. Most importantly, Elder Wang knew that he was no match for the Buddha of Joy. Hee, benefactor, you have no fate with Buddha. Please leave. Benefactor, please stay behind. The Buddha of Joy smiled lecherously. The golden Buddhist light on the island transformed into the Buddha's palm and struck toward Elder Wang. Elder Wang could not resist the terrifying power at all. He only felt as if a mountain had crashed into his chest. His entire body was like a kite with a broken string as he flew backward. Miss. Elder Wang stared at the small path with great difficulty. He wanted to reach out to grab it, but under the terrifying power, it disappeared from Chu Iren's sight. Elder Wang. Chu Iren was shocked. Even Elder Wang wasn't a match for this person. Suddenly, a sense of fear welled up in her heart. Buzz. The fear in her heart had just risen when a golden rope turned into a rope and tied her up. What do you want? Chu Iren was shocked. Fear filled her heart. Those Buddhist disciples were all sneering, and their smiles were lewd. Could it be that she was going to? Female benefactor, you are fated with Buddhism. Tonight, I will bring you to comprehend the joyful Buddha Tao. Joy Zen Master smiled. Then he waved his hand, and the entire island flew back to the Western Cow. They had already vanished and the calamity of the Western Bull continent had ended. Now, it was time for them to return and continue guarding the Western Paradise. It was extremely lively in front of the bookstore. Even though the black cloud had caused everyone to panic, the number of people who came to buy books remained high. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky like a meteor. Bang! With a dull sound, a deep pit was formed on the marble ground in front of the academy. How dare you! Someone dares to cause trouble. Mujia Wang's expression changed. This was her master's bookstore, and now someone had come to destroy it. She couldn't tolerate it. She frowned and took large strides. In an instant she arrived in front of the deep pit and grabbed Elder Wang in her hand. Mujia Wang was shocked when she saw his face. Elder Wang? Elder Wang also recognized that the person in front of him was the Great Empress, and his face was filled with joy. He hurriedly wanted to speak. Seeing that Elder Wang was struggling, Mujia Wang let go of him and put him down. She asked curiously, Elder Wang, who hit you? Mujia Wang released her hand. Elder Wang steadied himself and took a breath. He did not answer Mujia Wang's question but said anxiously, Not good, the young lady of the Chaos family has been captured. He was caught by the Joy Buddha. Chapter 105 Chapter 105 Rescue Chu Yiren Lai. Chapter 105 Rescue Chu Yiren Lai. What is it? Chu Yiren was arrested? Mujia Wang's expression changed when she heard this. Chu Yiren was the daughter of Maniac Chu, the leader of the Beast Tamer sect. How could she have been captured by the Joy Buddha? This matter was getting interesting. Wait here. Mujia Wang's expression changed. Her figure flashed and she appeared in Xiao Changtian's room in the next moment. Xiao Changtian had already gone out for a walk with the white tiger in his arms. Senior Black Tortoise, Chu Yiren has been captured. Mujia Wang said anxiously. She was naturally aware of the Buddha of Joy's character. If Chu Yiren fell into the hands of the Buddha of Joy, she would be devoured alive like a sheep in a pack of wolves. It was too late to save them now. He could only look for Senior Black Tortoise and the others. What? There's actually such a thing? Boss Black Tortoise, that Chu-Iren is also my junior, so please make a move once. Fatty Rongrong begged. Previously, he had gone through thick and thin with Chu-Iren. Don't worry, I won't let Chu-Iren suffer. The black tortoise raised its turtle head with an arrogant expression. That expression was as if it was showing off to the phoenix. What are you waiting for? Of course, we have to hurry up to save them. The chaos ant lying on the corner of the table could not stand the quarrel between the black tortoise and the phoenix. The antennae on its forehead moved and red light flashed. In the next moment, Mu Jiahuang, Black Tortoise, Phoenix, Fatty Rongrong, and Elder Wang once again arrived on the island. In a meditation room on the island, Chu-Iren was tied up by the Buddha's light, and the happy Buddha was placed on the big bed in front of her. Next to it was Chu Yanyi's whip, lit by a few candles. Ooh! Chu-Iren's speech ability had been sealed by the Joy Buddha's divine ability. She could only frantically hide in bed, her heart filled with anxiety. Xiao Changtian's shadow was in his mind. Help! Wu! Chu-Iren was in despair. The fat monk in front of her was staring at her lecherously. How could she not know what he was up to? Female benefactor, you are fated with Buddha. Please don't be afraid. I will let you understand what the word joy means. The Buddha of joy stared at Chu-Iren, his eyes filled with greed as he sized her up. He had already walked over, his large hands reaching out to grab her. Chu-Iren furrowed her brows. Although she was tied up, she could still move her body and dodge the attacks. When the old monk tried to grab her, she dodged to the right. When the old monk grabbed her right, she dodged to the left. For a moment, the Joy Buddha could not do anything to her. Stupid boo-hoo, come boo-hoo, Chu-Iren said, a smug look on her face. Seeing that he had failed time and time again, the Buddha of joy was thoroughly enraged. The Mahayana Buddhist light around him radiated, freezing Chu-Iren in place. Woo-woo! Chu-Iren was shocked. She wanted to struggle, but she couldn't. Benefactor, please follow my Buddha path. As the Buddha of joy spoke, he reached out to grab Chu-Iren. Wha? Chu-Iren screamed, wanting to save him. Ha! Go ahead and shout. Even if you scream until your throat breaks, no one will pay attention to you. The Buddha of joy laughed loudly, and his pair of hands were about to land. Bang! Right at this moment, a mountain-like force directly sent him flying. It was Fatty Rongrong, sitting on top of the Buddha of joy's head. What old monk and the Joy Buddha? He's simply embarrassing Buddhism. Black Tortoise Rider on top of Rongrong's head said disdainfully. As for Phoenix, with a disdainful expression, the true phoenix fire around his body burned, and a flame landed on the lower body of the Buddha of joy. Ugh! The Buddha of joy cried out mournfully, his entire body struggling, but being pressed down by Fatty Rongrong, he basically couldn't move, his screams like a pig being slaughtered. Mu Jiahuang walked to the bed and helped Chu-Iren undo the restraints of the Buddhist lights. Sister Jiahuang, you're finally here. You almost scared me to death. I thought. Chu-Iren still felt a lingering fear in her heart. Aren't you in the Beast Tamer sect? Mu Jiahuang asked curiously. Why was he caught by the Joy Buddha? Although the Joy Buddha was powerful, he couldn't go to the Beast Tamer sect to capture him, right? It was Father who asked me to come and find Senior. It's like this. Chu-Iren explained everything clearly. Mu Jiahuang finally understood, and a look of realization appeared on her face. Then come with us to the West Bull Continent first. Master is currently in the West Bull Continent. If you come back with us, you'll be able to see Master. As for that black cloud, tell Sect Master Chu directly. Senior has already said that he will be in charge of that black cloud, and tell the people of the Southport Continent not to panic. Mu Jiahuang instructed. Then, everyone looked at the Buddha of joy who was screaming on the ground. His figure flashed and disappeared. The only thing left in the room was the miserable scream of the Buddha of joy. It was not until Mu Jiahuang and the others left that the screams of the joyful Buddha in the room rang out. A group of joyful Buddha's disciples ran in with surprised expressions on their faces. Master was burned to death by the flames. Master, will you be a cripple in the future? Whispers rang out, and the Joy Buddha's face instantly turned furious. Inform all the disciples and elders of the Western Paradise to hurry back to the West Bull Continent. These people are heading there. I want them to understand whose world the Western Bull Continent belongs to. I must take revenge for this hatred. The joyful Buddha roared furiously. His voice was like thunder. His body was crippled from now on. Then how could he, the joyful Buddha, still do happy things? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The Buddha of Joy directly gave an order, wanting all the disciples of the Western Paradise to return within a day. Yes. After receiving the order, countless disciples of the joyful Buddha went to convey the order. Xiao Changtian didn't know about all of this. He was currently hugging the white tiger and taking a walk in a forest in the West Bull Continent. The reason why he chose the mountain forest was because it was quiet and there were no people disturbing him. It was just the right time for him to be quiet for a while and let go of his worldly obsession. After all, his brain had been filled with gold recently. Even the room was almost filled with gold. He felt suffocated by the gold and wanted to come out to relax. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Xiao Changtian walked to an ancient road. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound in front of him. He looked over and saw an old monk. The old monk was dressed in gray cloth clothes. He held a broom in his hand and slowly swept the ground. His movements were extremely skilled. In a few moves, the dead leaves on the ground were cleaned up. Behind the old monk was a solemn ancient Buddhist temple. Green smoke curled up, but it seemed that the old monk was the only one there. The old monk glanced at the ground and sensed Xiao Changtian's gaze. He was stunned. Benefactor, how did you get here? Chapter 106 Chapter 106 Sweeping Monk? Underscore. Chapter 106 Sweeping Monk? Underscore I. The old monk was confused. He had set up the Mahayana Buddhism outside the ancient temple and completely sealed it up. Even a 9th-level tribulation transcendence expert would not be able to discover it. However, although this green-robed man in front of him was handsome and extraordinary, there was no spiritual energy fluctuation around him. He was obviously a mortal. How could a mortal pass through his Mahayana Dharma barrier? Impossible. It was absolutely impossible. The old monk directly denied it. Master, which mountain is this? What kind of temple is this? Xiao Changtian asked. This place was quiet and peaceful. It was a good place. The ancient temple of Mount Han was leisurely and carefree. Xiao Changtian had once fantasized that if he couldn't open the path of invincibility, he would live in such a place in his old age, enjoying his life and not see the noise of the mortal world. Benefactor, where did you come from? The old monk smiled kindly. He didn't answer Xiao Changtian's question. Instead, he wanted to ask Xiao Changtian how he managed to pass through his Dharma barrier. Where did you come from? Xiao Changtian was stunned. Was the old monk trying to argue with him? Could it be that he could only enter the ancient temple after answering the question correctly? After all, many movies and television works in his previous life were done this way. After thinking for a while, Xiao Changtian said lightly, "Come from the middle, and my desires go to the middle." Wasn't it just unfathomable? In any case, it was fine as long as both parties did not understand. He knew how to play riddles. The old monk asked him where he came from, and he answered directly where he came from. Although this answer sounded like a prank, it was extremely accurate. Didn't Buddhism like these riddles? Moreover, to put it in a more profound way, it carried an artistic conception and became the so-called Zen machine. I come from the middle, and my desires go from the middle? The old monk frowned when he heard that. Was this young man playing with him? Don't one know where you're from? Can't you tell me the details? The old monk was furious and immediately wanted to use the Buddhist Dharma to influence the young man in front of him. However, all of a sudden, just as his Buddhist Dharma rose, a terrifying pressure of the extreme Tao instantly enveloped him. The old monk was shocked. Then he felt the world spin in his sea of consciousness. A huge white tiger stood in front of him. The white tiger lowered its head and looked down. It looked down at all living beings as if it was looking at an ant. He was so scared that he was out of his wits. The Buddhist Dharma that he wanted to raise in his body instantly dissipated. The moment the Buddhist Dharma dissipated, the white tiger phantom also disappeared. Phew! The old monk turned pale with fright, his clothes drenched in cold sweat. He looked at the white tiger in Xiao Changtian's hands with respect and was shocked. This young man in front of him actually raised the white tiger like a cat. What kind of expert was this? The old monk reacted immediately. A white tiger that could hug a divine beast, wasn't that the master of the divine beast white tiger? How could the master of the divine white tiger be immortal? It was absolutely impossible. I can't tell his cultivation level. The old monk was shocked. The words of Xiao Changtian suddenly floated in his mind. Where I came from, where I desire to go. What a brilliant Zen! For a moment, the old monk was stunned. Where he came from, where he went, everything was included in it. Life comes from birth and goes to death. The Dharma came from the mortal world and went to paradise. Cultivation came from the mortal world and went towards the strong. Everything in the world, the trajectory of all life, was actually included in it. It was omnipresent. There was nothing that did not come from the beginning and go to the end. The old monk put down the broomstick in his hand. Suddenly, he felt that his mind had been enlightened. The Zen that he could not comprehend before was suddenly enlightened. This poor monk is Kong Xiang. Thank you for your explanation, senior. The old monk said respectfully. In an instant, the qi in his body started to circulate. The dantian that was about to wither gathered spiritual energy again, and vitality circulated. No need to be so polite. Xiao Changtan hurriedly changed the topic and told the old monk that he had comprehended Zen. After seeing his own understanding of Buddhism, he was no worse than anyone else. Even the old monk called him senior. Xiao Changtian still wanted to enter the ancient temple to take a look. At this moment, a monk rushed in with a flustered expression. Ancestor, bad news. Something happened outside. I was ordered to ask you to come out. The young monk looked anxious. He was panting from running. What are you panicking about? Can't you see that there's a senior here? The old monk reprimanded with a slightly angry expression. Senior? The small monk stared at Xiao Changtian. He was so young, yet he was called a senior by the old ancestor. Could he be some hidden mighty figure? Although one couldn't tell the cultivation level of an expert, wasn't it usually impossible to tell the cultivation level of an expert? It's fine. If you have something to do, go ahead. Xiao Changtian said lightly. He was also preparing to leave. Because the great Sun Immortal had sent him a message saying that someone had come to the bookstore to cause trouble. The communication ring of Taoist Big Sun is really useful. It's so far away, but there's still a signal in such a deep mountain. It's comparable to the cell phone in my previous life. Xiao Changtian carried the white tiger, turned around and left slowly. Taoist Big Sun was an expert, so Xiao Changtian was not flustered. Besides, he was a mortal who could not fly, so there was no use in being anxious. Seeing Xiao Changtian leave, the small monk couldn't help but ask, Ancestor, who is that senior? A person that cannot be offended, Kong Xiang said in a deep voice. The white tiger in Xiao Changtian's hand was enough to crush him, let alone Xiao Changtian himself. What happened in the Western Paradise? Why is it so urgent? Kong Xiang asked the small monk. Ancestor, Vice Sect Master Joyful Zen Master was injured and his body is crippled. He is now in the West Bull continent and wants to fight to the death with the other party. But the other party is relatively powerful, so I asked you to help. The small monk answered. There's actually someone who dares to injure the people of my Western Paradise? How bold. Let's go. Kong Xiang left with the small monk. On the way, Kong Xiang asked again, Who are they? You actually want to invite me out of the mountain? Kong Xiang was puzzled. In the West Bull continent, the Western Paradise was an invincible existence and the sect leader was an 8th-level tribulation passing expert. Ancestor, it's a panda, a turtle, a soul formation realm woman, and a tribulation transcendence realm woman. However, they haven't come out yet. The small monk replied, 2 demonic beasts can bully the Western Paradise? Now, this junior was really getting worse with each generation. Kong Xiang coldly spoke. He increased his speed and soon arrived at the Western Paradise's camp. Ancestor. As Kong Xiang descended, the expressions of everyone in the Western Paradise were filled with joy. The old ancestor was here. They would definitely win. Ancestor, please help me. The Buddha of Joy stood up immediately and begged. Chapter 107 Chapter 107 Xiao Changtian arrives at the Mahayana stage. Chapter 107 Xiao Changtian arrives at the Mahayana stage. Ancestor, please help me get justice. The Buddha of Joy knelt on the ground with a bruised nose and swollen face. His face was filled with pain. He was beaten up by Fatty Rongrong. I've already heard about what happened. You actually dared to use evil intentions to forcefully kidnap someone. The fault lies with you. There's no excuse to deny it. Kong Xiang said angrily. Looking at the happy Buddha in front of him, his face was filled with disdain. If it wasn't for the evil thoughts in his heart, how could it have evolved to the point where his body was crippled? Old ancestors' words are true, one will remember them forever. However, if they act against me, it's a form of disrespect towards the Western Paradise. It's fine if I'm insulted for nothing, but if the Western Paradise is insulted, this is a huge matter. Ancestor, please help. The Buddha of Joy knelt on the ground and said emotionally. Old ancestor Kong Xiang had always taught the disciples of the Western Paradise that they couldn't be bullied by others. As a member of Buddhism, it was indeed his fault for having evil thoughts, but he had directly expressed that he was willing to accept punishment and raised this matter to the level of the sect. According to Kong Xiang's temperament, he would definitely make a move. Get lost. Kong Xiang was impatient. When the Buddha of Joy heard this, he silently retreated and stood behind Kong Xiang, no longer speaking. It was you who injured Kong Huanxi? Kong Xiang looked at the fat Rongrong in front of him and said in a low voice. The reason why he came here was because he didn't want to see the Western Paradise being bullied and declining. Roar. Fatty Rongrong let out a deep roar, her entire face filled with arrogance, even raising her middle finger, making a disdainful expression. Fatty Rongrong wanted to say, "You're a little chicken." But after pondering for a moment, Fatty Rongrong still didn't say it. The current Boss Phoenix was also an old hen. What if Boss Phoenix heard it and felt that he was insulting the chicken and beat him up? Although he had Big Brother Black Tortoise as his backer, if he were to separate from Big Brother Black Tortoise at any time, he would be beaten to death by Big Brother Phoenix. Thinking of this, Fat Rongrong shivered. You, how dare you? A mere demonic beast actually dares to be so rampant. Watch as one take you in on behalf of the ancestral Buddha today. Mighty heavenly dragon. Kong Xiang was furious. Buddhist light and Sanskrit flickered around his body. Golden Buddhist light condensed, and his terrifying aura seemed to have surpassed the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm and reached the Mahayana realm. He was listening to Xiao Changtian's lecture, and the confusion in his heart was resolved. He had a sudden epiphany, and his cultivation base was naturally formed, directly breaking through. In addition, he cultivated a Buddhist secret technique that could block the heavenly secrets. On the way here, he had already experienced a small wave of lightning tribulation and his cultivation had perfectly broken through to the Mahayana realm. Ancestor has broken through to the Mahayana realm. That fat panda is only at the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. It would definitely take some effort for the ancestor to beat this bear demon before, but now that he has broken through to the Deshang realm, wouldn't it be easy to crush him? The old ancestor is mighty, the old ancestor is domineering. The old ancestor is mighty, the old ancestor is domineering. The cheers from the Western Paradise's side were like waves, coming wave after wave. They were filled with confidence in their own forefather Kong Xiang. Stop! Right at this moment, A female voice sounded, her voice extremely heavy. As the voice fell, the red-clothed Mu Jiahuang with an imposing manner appeared in front of Fatty Rongrong. She knew monk Kong Xiang. He was someone of the same generation as Taoist Xingyun. He was also an old monster who had lived for a long time. He was one of the few ninth-level tribulation transcenders in the human race. However, Kong Xiang had been in seclusion for 10,000 years and had never come out again. Fellow Taoist Nine Phoenix? What, are you in cahoots with this bear demon? You want to stop me? Kong Xiang frowned and was puzzled. As the empress of the Nine Phoenix dynasty, Mu Jiahuang's strength could not be underestimated. More importantly, why would Mu Jiahuang stand out? Could it be that the woman who was going through the tribulation that the little monk mentioned was Mu Jiahuang? The dignified empress personally went down. Could it be that this bear demon was raised by Mu Jiahuang? This was too much. Since the empress had taken action against her junior, she would let this old man take revenge. Fellow Taoist Kong Xiang, am I also involved in this matter? The fault lies with your Western Paradise disciple. Are you not going to be reasonable? Mu Jiahuang stared at Kong Xiang, her figure standing in front of Fatty Rongrong. In reality, she came out to stop Kong Xiang from being beaten up by Fatty Rongrong. The Tianyuan continent was currently filled with undercurrents. It was best for the experts of the human race to unite. Kong Xiang was also a veteran expert, so he could not allow anything to happen at this time. The fault lies with my Western Paradise. But you, the Grand Empress, actually dared to bully a junior. Do you really think that there's no one in my Western Paradise? As Kong Xiang spoke, the aura of the Mahayana realm erupted again. So what if it was the Nine Phoenix matriarch? Before this, he might not be Mu Jiahuang's match, but now he had already broken through to the Deshang realm. I've already broken through to the Mahayana realm. Let me sit on this throne. As Kong Xiang spoke, his aura gushed over. In today's battle, he wanted to restore the glory of the Western Paradise. Dao friend Kong Xiang, since you want to fight, then let me fight with you. Mu Jiahuang saw that Kong Xiang didn't listen to her advice and also erupted, Deshang aura rolling out. Defeating Kong Xiang himself was better than Kong Xiang being beaten up by Fatty Rongrong. What is it? You also broke through to the Deshang realm. Sensing Mu Jiahuang's aura, Kong Xiang's expression changed and his heart sank. So what if you broke through to the Mahayana realm? I'm also in the Mahayana realm. You dare to bully my Western Paradise? Fight over there. Although Kong Xiang was shocked, he did not admit defeat. They were both Mahayana-level cultivators, so who was afraid of who? Hearing this, Mu Jiahuang's expression changed slightly. She suddenly understood. Dao friend Kong Xiang, you've misunderstood. It's not that I'm bullying your Western Paradise. It's just that your Western Paradise has offended someone you shouldn't have. Someone one shouldn't have provoked. Dao friend Nine Phoenix, do you think I'm scared? Is there anyone on the Tianyuan continent that my Western Paradise can't offend? Kong Xiang laughed loudly, his face full of anger. The small monk beside him suddenly added, Old ancestor, that person from before. That person doesn't count. Kong Xiang shook his head after being reminded by the small monk. It was impossible for such a coincidence to happen in this world. That senior was just an old monster who was even proficient in Zen. No matter what, he could be considered a Buddhist expert. With that expert's identity, how could he possibly know a mere incarnation realm woman? Impossible. It was absolutely impossible. But ancestor, that senior seems to be rushing over here. The small monk touched the back of his bald head and asked in puzzlement. What? Kong Xiang looked at the small monk and felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The aura around his body instantly withered and he fell to the ground. Chapter 108 Chapter 108, Slapping into the Soil, 1. Chapter 108, Slapping into the Soil, 1. Hundreds of feet away. A green-robed figure was slowly walking over. Every step he took was like a mortal's, and there was not the slightest fluctuation of aura on his body. To the cultivators present, This distance of several thousand meters was nothing more than a thought. However, the green-robed man who was carrying the white hair walked extremely slowly. However, no one dared to say that he was walking slowly. At this moment, Kong Xiang, Mu Jiahuang, Fatty Rongrong and the others all restrained their auras, quietly watching the person in front of them walk over. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Time slowly passed. 15 minutes later, the man in green finally walked over. So many people? Who else could the man in green be but Xiaocheng? He smiled faintly and looked at the great sun immortal. It was Taoist Big Sun who sent him a message. However, seeing that the great sun immortal's clothes were neat and tidy, it seemed that he did not make a move, which meant that the matter was not serious. Since it was a small matter, he was relieved. They're the ones who came to cause trouble. Immortal Daong cupped his fists at desolate Changtian and said respectfully. Xiao Changtian knew that Immortal De Yang paid attention to etiquette, but he hated these formalities. He just nodded and looked at the monks in front of him. The old master is here too? Isn't the matter you want to solve the same as mine? Xiao Changtian immediately saw Kong Xiang and the little monk beside him. He remembered that the little monk said he had something to deal with before the ancient temple. It couldn't be such a coincidence, right? Who the hell are you? What was Immortal doing? Give it to me. Seeing Xiao Changtian get up, the old ancestor actually didn't fight. His revenge was actually delayed by Immortal. The Buddha of Joy, who had lost his life root, was no longer rational. He pointed at Xiao Changtian angrily and cursed. However, before he could finish speaking, a leg came from behind him and landed on his legs. He only heard a cracking sound. Both of his legs broke from his knees. The Buddha of Joy knelt down in front of Xiao Changtian and kowtowed heavily on the ground, creating a small pit on the marble floor. Bastard, you actually came to Senior's territory to cause trouble. Senior, this matter is all my fault. I didn't teach the younger generation well and actually came here to cause trouble. Please forgive me. Kong Xiang's voice trembled slightly as the cold sweat on his back once again soaked his dry cloth. How could he have thought that this matter was actually related to Senior? Senior was such a mighty figure. In front of Senior, he was just an ant. He definitely could not provoke Senior. At the same time, a wave of gratitude rose in Kong Xiang's heart. He was grateful to Mu Jiahuang. So it turned out that everything Mu Jiahuang said was true. The Western Paradise had truly offended someone they couldn't afford to offend. Senior? When the people of the Western Paradise heard their ancestor actually addressing Xiao Changtian as Senior, all of them felt great shock in their hearts. They were all intelligent people and instantly understood that this Xiao Changtian before them was an expert. They couldn't sense Xiao Changtian's aura because his cultivation was too high for them to sense. In an instant, the disciples of the joyful Buddha felt a chill run down their backs. They shrunk their necks and subconsciously took a few steps back. Master, this is the person who kidnapped Chu Yiren and is now causing trouble. Mu Jiahuang walked over and said angrily. Kidnapping Chu Yiren? Xiao Changtian was stunned, and Chu Yiren walked out of the bookstore. Senior, I'm here again. Chu Yiren looked at Xiao Changtian excitedly and walked over to his side. When I was on my way back, I was kidnapped by this person and his disciple. I was almost. Chu Yiren clenched her fist and said angrily. The Buddha of Joy, who was still kneeling on the ground, peed his pants in fear as he listened to Chu Yiren's explanation to Xiao Changtian. A stream of yellow and white liquid flowed out from beneath him. What kind of terrifying existence was this that even the old ancestor had to call him Senior? How could he still live? It was over. There was only one thought in the Buddha of Joy's mind. The disciples of the joyful Buddha were so frightened that they fled in panic. Run. However, they wanted to run. Mu Jiahuang's divine sense swept out and those Buddhist sect disciples knelt down one after another. The great sun immortal followed suit and directly wrapped these people up with ropes. They were tied into a ball and thrown to the ground. The great sun immortal is indeed powerful. Xiao Changtian was shocked when he saw this scene. Every time he saw the great sun immortal, he couldn't help but feel envious. He did not know when he would open the path of invincibility. Xiao Changtian shook his head and quickly threw away this thought. The most important thing now was to solve the problem in front of him. We can't let these people off easily, Tina said. What kind of personality did Chu Yiren have? She was a carefree person, and her brain was a little abnormal. He had been worried that something would happen to Chu Yiren if she met a man other than him, and now it had come true. However, someone who could kidnap Chu Yiren and cause trouble in his bookstore was definitely not a good person. Xiao Changtian's attitude towards bad people must be severely punished. Other situations were different. However, bringing his disciple to kidnap a weak woman was no different from a beast. Calling him a beast was too much of an exaggeration. You must be severely punished. Xiao Changtian looked at the Great Sun Immortal. The Great Sun Immortal was better at killing people. Yes. The Great Sun Immortal replied and slapped down, killing those disciples of the Buddha of Joy. As for the Buddha of Joy, he had long been kicked to death by Kong Xiang. Senior, this is our fault. We will compensate you. After dealing with the matter of the joyful Buddha, Kong Xiang looked at Xiao Changtian with a smile, wanting to ask for his opinion. It wasn't so easy to quell the anger of an expert. Right now, they could only strive to reduce the losses of the Western Paradise to the lowest. You're not compensating me, you're compensating Chu Yiren. You guys can discuss the specifics yourselves. I'm going back to take a nap. I'm tired from walking. Xiao Changtian said lightly and carried the white tiger back to his room. In front of the bookstore, Kong Xiang dismissed his disciples and apologized to Chu Yiren. Chu Yiren didn't ask for compensation. Every grievance had a perpetrator, and every debt had a perpetrator. The Buddha of Joy was already dead. Then, Kong Xiang expressed his gratitude to Mu Jiahuang. Fortunately, the woman stopped him. Otherwise, he would have angered the senior. Mu Jiahuang smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Kong Xiang turned to Fatty Rongrong and smiled faintly. Fellow Taoist Xiong, sorry for offending you earlier. Kong Xiang finally heaved a sigh of relief after settling everything. However, the way he addressed Fatty Rongrong made her furious. He was an iron-eating beast, not a panda. Other than Master and Big Brother Black Tortoise, he could not say that he was a panda. A slap came down, slamming Kong Xiang into the ground. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, New Mission, Head to the Victorious East Continent, 1. Chapter 109, New Mission, Head to the Victorious East Continent, 1. Cough cough. Kong Xiang patted the dust off his body and coughed twice to remove the dirt from his mouth. Hiss, what realm is this demonic beast at? Kong Xiang was extremely shocked. At this moment, he suddenly understood the second meaning behind Mu Jiahuang's obstruction. They lived peacefully. Xiao Changtian still maintained his daily routine. He went to bed early and woke up early every day, taking a short nap from time to time. Mu Jiahuang studied how to raise divine beasts seriously every day and enjoyed it. As for Zhang Fan, he would plow the fields every day. A month ago, Xiao Changtian hosted his and Lin Tingji's wedding. The wedding was extremely grand, and countless experts from the entire Western Bull continent came to congratulate them. Just the gifts alone were piled up. Now that the West Bull continent has been rebuilt, should we go back or go to another continent to establish a branch of the academy? Xiao Changtian, who was strolling, had this question in his mind. Suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding! It was the system issuing another mission. Take in a disciple? Xiao Changtian was slightly stunned. Wasn't this mission too difficult? Taking in a disciple with peerless talent in cultivation? Wasn't this making things difficult for him? He was just an ordinary mortal who was at most versatile. He was a genius with extreme talent in cultivation. He did not join a good cultivation sect but came to acknowledge him as his master. Could it be that his brain was damaged? However, for the sake of his invincible path, Xiao Changtian still accepted it. There was no other way. Could it be that he could be immortal for the rest of his life? In the world of cultivation, who didn't want to cultivate and seek immortality? There were many people who couldn't cultivate. At least he had a system. Although the system was a scam, it gave him a chance. From his previous life on the blue planet, Xiao Changtian understood one thing. As long as there was a chance, even if it was slim, he had to seize it. If he chose to lie flat, he would be the only one disappointed. Even if he struggled for a while, it was not scary to fail. In this process, he could still accumulate more. For example, he could open a bookstore while he was taking in disciples and completing his mission. Delighted. One overused my brain today. I'm going back to lie down for a while. Xiao Changtian had only walked half the way today before he returned. Let me make it clear, I'm not lying down. I'm just taking a break on the road of hard work. Xiao Changtian convinced himself. Another 4 hours passed. That's strange. Master actually came back to rest after a stroll today. Something's wrong. Mu Jiahuang looked at Xiao Changtian's room with a puzzled expression. During this period of time, through studying the animal breeding manual, she had a faint understanding. That was, during the time he was raising the divine beast, every action, every moment, they seemed to be in harmony with the great Tao. Somehow, the contents of the manual began to blur. The great Tao that was originally recorded also disappeared. In its place were those general ideas that were difficult to summarize in his mind. As he raised the divine beast every day, the content on it was constantly being improved, although there was very little. Could it be that Senior wants me to walk my own path? Mu Jiahuang was overjoyed. This manual given by the Senior was simply a supreme divine item. It was unfathomable. The sun was high in the sky. Only then did Xiao Changtian wake up happily. The first thing she did after waking up was to go to the bookstore. The bookstore was still bustling with business. Some people even asked if they had other books. They wanted to know more. Xiao Changtian nodded in agreement. In his previous life, there were so many books on the blue planet. There were at least 18,000 of them. Now, he had only written a few from memory. Then, Xiao Changtian returned to his room. After thinking for a while, he decided to write a book called Fantasy, I Really Don't Have a Celestial Beast. He could imagine that the green-haired turtle and the others around him were divine beasts. It was not until the afternoon, when the sun was setting and the red sun covered the entire lake, that Xiao Changtian finally finished writing the book. It couldn't be helped, this book was too long. There were a lot of words. It was said that the author of that book had prepared an outline of tens of thousands of words before writing it. Of course, it was just a rumor. No one knew the truth. When he walked out of the room, everyone in the Wang family was already waiting for dinner. Butler Wang even came to call him personally. Butler Wang, I'll trouble you to make a trip and copy this book. Prepare to publish it tomorrow. Xiao Changtian handed the draft to Butler Wang and went to eat. After taking their seats, Butler Wang told him about the profit situation of the bookstore, while Yi Fan explained that the reconstruction of the West Bull continent had been completed. Xiao Changtian nodded. In that case, let's go to the victorious East continent tomorrow. There are some things that we need to do. Xiao Changtian looked at Mu Jiahuang and said, Jiu, get ready. Ready? Mu Jiahuang was slightly stunned. The victorious East continent was his hometown, so there was nothing much to prepare. With the 9 Phoenix dynasty around, everything was ready. Could it be that the Senior's preparation was referring to the Black Sky sect master, the Black Sky? So Master knew everything. Yes, sir. Mu Jiahuang replied respectfully. Xiao Changtian was slightly puzzled. Why did Jiu not seem to be in the right state recently? She had to think for so long to prepare her luggage for tomorrow. Could it be that she was tired of raising animals? It can't be, right? Forget it. When he reached the victorious East continent, he would give Jiu a holiday and let her go out to play. It would be a good time to relax. Senior is leaving tomorrow? The head of the Wang family was stunned. Such a master was actually leaving. Thank you for your hospitality during this period of time. This is a prescription. Take it. From tomorrow onwards, you will drink the medicine according to the description in the prescription for a month. It will strengthen your body and have many benefits. Xiao Changtian took out the prescription and handed it to the Wang family head. During this period of time, it was all thanks to the Wang family's hospitality. Xiao Changtian didn't forget about this kindness. He remembered that the Wang family was a little weak, even Wang Jingtian, who was cultivating. After Xiao Changtian finished writing, he immediately drafted a prescription. Many benefits? Could it be? The head of the Wang family took the prescription but did not open it immediately. Previously, he had heard that Wang Miaoshou had mastered the body refining technique from a medical doctor. He was extremely powerful and could even start cultivating. Could it be that Senior could also use this prescription to help him and his daughter cultivate? To make his son, who was an immortal cultivator, more courageous? That was definitely the case. The first thing the Wang clan's patriarch did was express his gratitude. A night passed. Chapter 110, Chapter 11. Oh, there's a problem with the word, one. Chapter 11. Oh, there's a problem with the word, one. The next morning, as the sun rose, Xiao Changtian and the others left. This group of people included 9 Phoenix Mu, Wang Miaoshou, Taoist Master Dayang, and Chu Yiren. As for Yi Fan, Xiao Changtian asked him to stay. Now was the honeymoon period. Yi Fan should focus on plowing the land. In any case, there was not much use for Yi Fan to follow him to the East Victory State this time. Perfected great son, you have a wide network. You even have old friends in the West Bull continent who can borrow his sex teleportation array. Xiao Changtian smiled. Taoist De Yang smiled awkwardly and did not say anything. However, he felt that Xiao Changtian had truly returned to the realm of simplicity. He had completely brought himself into the perspective of a mortal. He thought about it for a moment. If that day came, he would become an expert and want to come back to train his state of mind. Would he be able to do what Senior did? After careful consideration, the great Sun Immortal shook his head. He believed that he could not do it. 1. With a flash of white light, Xiao Changtian and the others landed in front of a passage. On the continent monument in front of them, 3 powerful words entered their eyes. The victorious East Continent. These 3 words are not bad. They should have been written by a woman, but there are some flaws. Xiao Changtian commented. With the system's enhancement of the calligraphy skill, he could see the problems with the 3 in front of him at a glance. Master, what's wrong with these 3 words? Mu Jiahuang asked curiously. These 3 words were written when she broke through to the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. At that time, she was in high spirits and directly removed the previous words and engraved these 3 words. These 3 words contained her law domain, realm comprehension, and so on. In fact, many of the disciples of the immortal sects in the victorious East Continent had comprehended these 3 words before he had written them down, and they had even broken through their cultivation realms one after another. This had become a much-told story. If someone else said that there was something wrong with these 3, Mu Jiahuang would definitely treat them coldly. However, the person who said there was a problem was Xiao Changtian, a peerless expert. Mu Jiahuang understood that there was something wrong with the words. The expert must be pointing out the flaws in her laws and realm comprehension. She could not help but ask. To be able to receive guidance from their master was more precious than the cultivation resources of a continent. Taoist De Yang, who was standing at the side, was also listening attentively. Looking at the 3 words Mu Jiahuang had written down, his cultivation level rose to another level. In addition to the period of time in the Western Bull continent, his cultivation was already faintly about to break through to the nascent soul realm and reach the 5th level of the soul formation realm. On the Tianyuan continent, cultivators started from Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, soul formation, heaven span, saint ruler, tribulation transcendence, and Mahayana. Every single level was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even before, he was only the sect leader of a 9th rank sect, and his cultivation was only at the golden core realm, which was not as high as the disciples of those large sections. However, ever since he had followed Senior, his cultivation had broken through as easily as drinking water. He had broken through once every 2 to 3 days. If this was before, he would not even dare to think about it. Therefore, as long as he had the chance, he would follow Xiao Chang Tian and learn from him. Only Chu Iran remained nonchalant. These 3 words are drawn with iron and silver hooks. It can be seen that someone must have carved them with a sword. They are full of strength and the strokes are round and sharp. This point is enough to prove that this person's calligraphy skills are not bad. At the same time, these 3 words have a domineering and vigorous air to them. It can be imagined that the person who wrote these 3 words had a high status and was in a good mood at the time. Xiao Chang Tian commented. Mu Jiahuang nodded in her heart. Senior's analysis was not bad. Even the environment, weapon, and state of mind at that time. He deduced everything. Her brows furrowed even more tightly as she listened attentively to what was to come. Because the following content was the most important. However, when this person wrote down these 3 words, he was unable to break away from the limitations of calligraphy. Xiao Chang Tian changed the topic. Jumping out of the limitations of calligraphy? Mu Jiahuang frowned and was somewhat confused. The great Sun Immortal was the same. Since the senior said that these 3 words were already very good, why did he say that they did not break away from the limitations of calligraphy? That's right. This person's calligraphy must have been copied from a famous person, so it has a personal style. Xiao Chang Tian continued, however, this style belongs to another person. It's not the person who wrote the calligraphy. At the end of the brush, this person clearly paused for a moment. He felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know why this feeling appeared. That's because he didn't create his own calligraphy style. That was why he felt troubled. Xiao Chang Tian analyzed the situation. He had experienced all the things that he had learned from his childhood, from his initial success, to his initial success, and finally to his great success. With just a glance, he could see the problem with the 3 words in front of him. Create your own calligraphy? Mu Jiahuang was stunned. Closing his eyes, he recalled his state of mind at that time. The last stroke was thinking about the style of this calligraphy. It was someone else's, not his. At his peak, he was using someone else's style, which was why he felt that something was wrong. The same goes for everything, Xiao Chang Tian added. Mu Jiahuang was instantly enlightened. Senior was guiding her to create her own cultivation direction. Understood. Mu Jiahuang nodded. Her eyes lit up, and she became even more determined. As for the great Sun Immortal, he heard another meaning. My own style. Could it be that Senior is secretly reminding me to stick to my own style and follow my own train of thought with the great Sun Sect's cultivation technique? The great Sun Immortal was puzzled. Back then, the great Sun Sect had also produced a tribulation transcending expert, but that tribulation transcending expert had modified the great Sun Sect's cultivation method. When he first joined the great Yang Sect, he felt that something was wrong with his cultivation technique. However, since it was modified by that ancestor and he had cultivated along with it, he knew that he was gradually becoming stronger and felt that there was something wrong. Since it is Senior who is guiding me, one will give it a try. The great Sun Immortal's gaze became firm. Until everyone left. A handsome young man who was sitting cross-legged in the grass and comprehending the 3 words, victorious East Continent, finally opened his eyes. This person is actually able to see the problem in the 9 Phoenix matriarch's handwriting. Although my talent is excellent, if I want to become a supreme, I must comprehend the strongest Tao and build a supreme foundation. Could this person be an expert? Follow him. The young man followed. Soon, they arrived at a small town on the border of the true East Continent. Black Wind Town. It got its name because it often blew a black wind. The specific reason was... Chapter 111, Chapter 111. Jiang Beichen Testing Xiao Changshenlai. Chapter 111. Jiang Beichen Testing Xiao Changshenlai. Mu Jiahuang had once sent people to investigate, but the origin of the black wind could only be determined to be a normal weather scene, even if they knew that the weather was abnormal. Black Wind Town. Xiao Changtian looked at the 3 bright red words on the archway of the town. His face was filled with doubt as he muttered. In his previous life, he had often heard the name Black Wind. Usually, it was a place where people robbed or bandits gathered. He always felt that this place was not safe. Did something happen in this place? Xiao Changtian looked at Mu Jiahuang. Something? It was just that every evening, a black wind would blow, the rest is nothing. Mu Jiahuang replied after thinking for a moment. At first, she had thought that this black wind was some kind of demon cultivating. Moreover, to be able to spit out such a level of black fog, it was at least a king-level demon beast. The Nine Phoenix Empire was not only a cultivation organization, the #1 human organization on the Tianyuan continent. It also governed many mortal empires. These empires were formed by mortals and were not much different from the royal families of the ancient Blue Star. The Tianyuan continent was vast, and mortals made up 9/10 of the human population. Therefore, the dynasty was naturally in charge of maintaining order. However, in the world of cultivation, the strong were respected. If a mortal dynasty wanted to establish itself and not be killed by any random cultivation sect, it could only rely on a large faction. Originally, the factions that these empires relied on were relatively scattered. However, after the establishment of the Nine Phoenix dynasty, countless mortal empires in the world all relied on it because the Nine Phoenix dynasty was a true immortal cultivation sect that worked for mortals. Back when Black Wind Town reported the matter of Black Wind to the Nine Phoenix dynasty, Mu Jiahuang had even paid attention to it personally. If it was a great demon that harmed mortals, she would have to take action personally. However, he did not find anything after that. It was extremely strange. Black Wind? Xiao Changtian was slightly startled. He was bewildered. Could it be a monster? There were monsters in the world of cultivation. Forget it, one won't go out after evening. All right, let's find an inn to stay in, Xiao Changtian said lightly. Originally, Mu Jiahuang wanted to invite Xiao Changtian to head to the Nine Phoenix dynasty. But Xiao Changtian shook his head. I'll go to your hometown later. I have other things to do now. He was prepared to wait for the data to be opened and for the Changsheng bookstore to gain a reputation in the victorious East region before following Mu Jiahuang to his hometown. He remembered that when Mu Jiahuang first came to his courtyard, she was dressed like a woman from a wealthy family. What if he knew that he was an ordinary mortal and suffered the revenge of the Mu family? He had signed a contract with Jiu back then. Jiu had voluntarily given up her salary and worked for him. He simply referred to himself as a freeloader. If the Mu family knew about this, they would say that he was black-hearted. Thus, they settled down in an inn. Xiao Changtian was not short of money now. Each of them had a room above them. He spent a total of 10 copper coins. Senior, why don't we change to a better inn? Isn't this place too shabby? Chu Iren said with a hint of disdain. She could even smell a sour stench in the space. It seemed to be athlete's foot. No need. This place is quite good. Compared to my previous small courtyard, the conditions are not too bad. Look, there's a bed. Xiao Changtian explained. All right, he admitted that he did it to save money. After all, in his previous life, he had already been overwhelmed by the mortgage and car loans. He was afraid of being poor. This money should be saved as much as possible. He must not waste it. Seeing that everyone was still frowning, Xiao Changtian's brain worked quickly and he said, "This is a shabby house, but 1 a.m. virtuous. Moss scar upper grade green, grass." Xiao Changtian directly recited the ancient lines from the humble room inscription. This was the only way to explain things. I'm a lowly and vassal. Wei Wu de Xin. As Xiao Changtian's voice fell, Mu Jiahuang and the others instantly muttered, still reminiscing. Pa! Following the heavy sound of the door closing, Xiao Changtian had already entered the room and closed the door. He was afraid that if he continued to explain, there would be no way to explain. Senior is indeed an expert. Even though you're playing around in the mortal world and refining your heart in the mortal world, you're still able to temper your mentality to such a high level. The great Sun Immortal shook his head immediately, feeling ashamed of his inferiority. Mu Jiahuang nodded. Only Chu Yiren still had a look of disdain on her face. Senior didn't come to this inn to save money, right? Chu Yiren frowned, but she shook her head immediately. What am I thinking? Senior is this kind of person. Everyone walked into their own rooms. At the same time, the young man who had followed them walked into the store with a look of disdain. Are you going to jump the line or stay? However, before the shopkeeper could finish his sentence, he saw the young man in front of him holding a waist token. The waist token was engraved with a golden dragon totem. Your Highness! The shopkeeper immediately knelt down. This waist token was the North Moon Empire's royal waist token proof. Furthermore, the dragon totem on it was 5-clawed. In the entire North Moon Empire, other than the North Moon Emperor, there was only the current Crown Prince, the rumored trash Crown Prince. However, the Crown Prince was useless. That was the Crown Prince's business. If he dared to provoke the Crown Prince, he would only end up dead. What room did the four of them stay in? They arranged for me to stay next to them. The young man said indifferently and slowly put away his waist token. Yes. The shopkeeper hurriedly agreed. Thus, the North Moon Crown Prince, Jiang Beichen, stayed beside Xiao Changqian's room. It's rumored that during the Battle of the Western Bull Continent, the genius of the Yi clan, Yi Fan, became famous and became the #1 person in the Western Bull Continent. This is the last year of this prince's golden age of immortal cultivation. In order not to be roped in by the cultivation sects, one have disguised myself as a good-for-nothing that everyone knows. I have missed several years of the golden cultivation age. Originally, I wanted to imitate the 9 Phoenix Matriarchs' Tao, but it's rumored that Yi Fan's cultivation is not inferior to the 9 Phoenix Matriarchs. In such a short period of time, Yi Fan's supreme being bone was dug out, and then he was born with an invincible appearance. There must be an expert guiding him from behind. Unfortunately, everyone in the Western Bull Continent is blocking the news of that expert. I wonder if the person who commented on the 9 Phoenix Matriarchs' calligraphy today is an expert or if he's just pointing out the problem with the calligraphy. Forget it, we'll know after the first test tomorrow. But this test requires a sense of propriety. First this, then that. Jiang Beichen already had a plan in his mind. He was prepared to... Chapter 112 Two Men Enter the Room, 1. Chapter 112 Two Men Enter the Room, 1. The next morning, Xiao Changtian got up early, but he didn't go out for a walk. The sky outside was a little gloomy. In addition to the black wind that Mu Jiahuang had mentioned earlier, Xiao Changtian felt that it was better to stay in the inn. At noon, he went to contact the local printing workshop. Master, breakfast is ready. After a short while, Mu Jiahuang brought breakfast over. Then she fed the green-haired turtle and the others. Jiao, I'll give you a break during this period of time. You can do what you want to do. Xiao Changtian said as he ate his breakfast. The victorious East Continent was Jiao-er's hometown, so it was a good opportunity for Jiao-er to make a trip home. Do what I want to do. Mu Jiahuang was slightly taken aback. Senior, could it be that you want me to look for the Black Sky sect master these few days? As expected, Senior had planned everything. Mu Jiahuang nodded and replied. Right, remember not to mention me. Xiao Changtian added. What if Jiao said that he had also come to the victorious East Continent and the Mu clan came to surround him? What should he do? Even if he was reasonable, he could not explain it clearly. At that time, Jiao wanted to be his maidservant wholeheartedly. He did not want to take her in. Yes. Mu Jiahuang nodded. Mu Jiahuang finished feeding the turtles and Xiao Changtian finished his breakfast. Mu Jiahuang bade farewell to Chu Yiren and Daong Town. Follow this person and see where she is going. Watching Mu Jiahuang leave, Jiang Beichen, who was in another room, said to a guard who had just rushed over. This guard was someone that the North Moon Emperor had paid a huge price to hire to protect Jiang Beichen's life. He was a golden elixir realm expert. However, ever since he found out that Jiang Beichen had a cultivation talent that would not appear in 10,000 years, this expert volunteered to follow Jiang Beichen because Jiang Beichen's future was definitely bright. Yes, the 9th stage Golden Core expert followed Mu Jiahuang. Although the 9 Phoenix matriarch's name resounded throughout the entire continent, many people had no idea that they had never seen her before. Those who knew the 9 Phoenix matriarch were basically all tribulation-passing cultivators. The Great Sun Immortal had not met him by chance before. Next, let me test your depth. Jiang Beichen watched as the guards left. He then stood up and prepared to execute his plan. Inside the room, Xiao Changtian was thinking about how to make a genius who was determined by his talent in cultivation become his disciple. This was much more difficult than opening a bookstore. This is very difficult. We can only take it step by step. Dog system, you're really a dog. Xiao Changtian cursed in his heart. He had no idea why a genius with the highest cultivation talent would want to be his disciple. For what? Great success in painting and calligraphy. It doesn't seem impossible. Suddenly, Xiao Changtian's eyes lit up. That's right, he had neglected a condition. That was, this genius, who was determined by his cultivation talent, did not have to learn to cultivate to become his master. She could be his art tutor. Music, chess, calligraphy, painting, cooking, tea art, brewing wine, carving, forging. He was proficient in all 18 martial arts. Becoming a disciple didn't necessarily mean that one had to cultivate. System, does this count as accepting a disciple? In order to prevent the system from denying it, Xiao Changtian even asked again. After a full 15 minutes, the system gave a ding sound, obviously agreeing. Then this will be much easier. Xiao Changtian was instantly filled with confidence. However, how do one know if the other party is a genius cultivator? Xiao Changtian asked again. Ding. The system would automatically notify him when he discovered a genius with extraordinary cultivation talent. The system's voice sounded again. 1C. Xiao Changtian nodded. Dong dong dong. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Come in. Xiao Changtian, who was taking out a brush and preparing to write, heard the knock on the door. He thought it was the Great Sun Immortal and let him in. Ding. He had discovered a genius who was extremely talented in cultivation. Xiao Changtian, who was writing, suddenly heard the system notification. He was delighted. Could it be that the genius had appeared near the inn? Perfected Great Sun, please follow me to find. Xiao Changtian opened his mouth, wanting to invite the Great Sun Immortal to find that genius. Things would be easier now that he had found her. However, the moment he raised his head, he was stunned. Who was this person? It wasn't the Great Sun Immortal. And you are? Xiao Changtian looked at this young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He walked with an indescribable noble air. He was obviously a young master from a big family or a big force. I'm Jiang Beichen. Jiang Beichen replied calmly, his gaze sweeping across Xiao Changtian's room. A turtle, an old hen, a dog, a white cat, and a bear. He immediately frowned. Why did this person bring so many animals with him? Could this person really be a mortal? However, mortals did not carry so many strange animals with them. Jiang Beichen was extremely confused. His face was filled with disbelief as his gaze finally fell on the calligraphy on Xiao Changtian's desk. As for the black tortoise and the other beasts, they glanced at Jiang Beichen with a serious expression. Jiang Beichen. Xiao Changtian silently recited this name in his heart. Very good. It seemed that the genius determined by the cultivation talent mentioned by the system was Jiang Beichen. Why are you looking for me? Xiao Changtian asked indifferently. He didn't reveal all his 18 weapons immediately. He still knew how to play hard to get. Anyone would be wary if he rashly proposed to take the other party as a disciple. Only by slowly revealing his abilities and letting Jiang Beichen dig out bit by bit could he make the other party willingly acknowledge him as his master before he admired him. There's a cabinet in my room that's too much of a hindrance. I can't move it alone. I wonder if I can ask you for help? Jiang Beichen said. In fact, the golden core cultivator had already set up an array in his room. As long as he was a cultivator, he would be able to detect it. The detection stone was now in his palm. When mortals enter a room, the room will be lit up with a white light. As for the immortal cultivators, they would light up with a green light when they entered. As long as Xiao Changtian was invited in, if he was an immortal cultivator and dared to give pointers to the 9 Phoenix Great Emperor's calligraphy, it proved that he must be an expert. Stronger than the 9 Phoenix matriarch. He had directly taken her as his master on the spot. No matter what, he had to beg the expert to accept him. If it was a mortal, it would just be a farce. All right. Xiao Changtian agreed. The first step of taking in a disciple was to establish a relationship between the two parties. Soon, Jiang Beichen led Xiao Changtian into the room. Chapter 113 Chapter 113 Is he really immortal? Chapter 113 Is he really immortal? Xiao Changtian and Jiang Beichen were 2 men, one in front and one behind. He walked into the room. Compared to Xiao Changtian's room, Jiang Beichen's room was more luxurious. The walls were inlaid with crystals, and even the floor was paved with marble, making it look shiny. Most importantly, there was a luminous pearl. The light was extremely obvious, and the field of vision was extremely wide. Whether it's a mortal or an expert, we'll know soon enough. Jiang Beichen stared at the gemstone in his hand with anticipation. He hoped that the gemstone could light up with a red light so that he could learn to cultivate from an expert. Jiang Beichen stared at the gemstone in his hand. However, after a few breaths, the gemstone did not change at all. It did not work at all. Neither the white light used to detect mortals nor the red light used to detect cultivators lit up. There are no cabinets in this room. It was only when Xiao Changtian turned his head and asked in puzzlement that Jiang Beichen quickly averted his gaze and smiled sheepishly. Maybe the waiter from before moved it away for me, waiter. Jiang Beichen shouted downstairs. He had already informed the waiter beforehand that he would only need to wait for Jiang Beichen's signal to answer. Oh, I've moved your cabinet down for you. I'll change it to a bigger one later. The waiter pretended to be serious and did not reveal any flaws. Seeing her acting skills, Jiang Beichen nodded in relief. I'm sorry for making you come all the way here for nothing. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Please don't stand on ceremony. Jiang Beichen took out a piece of gold from his sleeve and handed it to Xiao Changtian. This was also his first step of probing. There had been no changes in the formation just now, and Jiang Beichen was at a loss. However, after thinking about it, he came up with a way to test Xiao Changtian. And that was to pay. Gold. All immortal cultivators regard gold as dirt in the secular world. It's impossible for them to accept it, and they don't even bother to accept it. As long as you accept it, you'll be immortal. Since you're immortal, this piece of gold will be my apology. Apologize for your probing. Jiang Beichen thought to himself as he stared into Xiao Changtian's eyes. Then it would be a great honor. Xiao Changtian was delighted when he saw the gold. He didn't expect this young master to be so generous. In his previous life, there were also a few second-generation young masters on the Blue Star who were generous and spent thousands of dollars. It seemed like that was indeed the case. After a simple farewell, Xiao Changtian returned to his room. Looking at the gold in his hand, he was extremely satisfied. He could get a piece of gold just by doing a favor, not to mention that he hadn't even contributed. He didn't even dare to think that such a good thing could exist in the world. Now he believed it. Watching Xiao Changtian leave, the man returned to his room and sat on the crystal chair with a frown. I can't? Was this the array that had been tested several times before? Could it be that the spirit stones have been used up? Puzzled, Jiang Beichen opened a dark box on the table. It was the array core. A milky white crystal that was glowing with a clear light lay quietly in the center of the formation. It was the core of the formation. Now there are still more than half of the spirit stones in the army. Then what's the problem? Is the array broken? It's not working? Puzzled, Jiang Beichen tested it several times at his own door. He walked in, walked out, and walked in again. He tried it over a dozen times, and every time, the crystal would emit a white glow. The white light lit up, proving that he was indeed immortal. What's the situation now? Jiang Beichen was puzzled. However, when he thought about it and took out the gold, Xiao Changtian's eyes revealed a trace of joy. That joy came from the gold. However, it lacked greeds. This was very strange. All the probing is still ambiguous. We still need to probe. Xiao Changtian's eyes darkened as he thought of a new plan. At the same time, outside Black Wind Town, something strange happened today. The black fog became thicker again, as if someone had knocked over an ink bottle. The black wind whistled and blocked their vision. Even the roof of the house seemed to have the sound of tiles being blown. Everyone, quickly return to your rooms and hide. The innkeeper shouted loudly, and many of the innkeepers hurriedly ran back to their rooms and stayed in their rooms seriously. Xiao Changtian was also surprised when he saw this. Could there be some demon causing trouble? It was safer to stay with the great sun immortal. Xiao Changtian grabbed the tortoise and white tiger with each hand. The remaining old hen, Alpha, and fatty Rongrong followed Xiao Changtian to the front of Taoist Big Sun's room. Senior? The great sun immortal, who was staring at the black fog with a frown, heard Xiao Changtian calling him to open the door. He quickly got up and opened the door. Senior, what are you doing? Seeing Xiao Changtian bring the black tortoise and the other divine beasts, he was confused. This black fog is not simple. I'll go to your room first. Xiao Changtian said lightly. The great sun immortal was a big shot in immortal cultivation. Even if there were any demons causing trouble, it would be safe for him to follow the great sun immortal. This black fog is not simple? Senior, you mean? The great sun immortal muttered in his heart. When he was staring at this black wind, he sensed a dangerous aura. Currently, he was in the incarnation realm. To be able to make him feel threatened, it must be at least a powerhouse in the heavenly arrival state. Could it be that this black wind was created by a demon beast? So Senior thought that I was in danger, so he came to my room to protect my life. Senior is such a mighty person, but you are willing to do this for me. I, great sun, will give my life to you. From now on, if Senior wants me to climb a mountain of blades or enter a sea of fire, one won't even blink. The eyes of the great sun immortal's old face sparkled with excitement. When Xiao Changtian entered the room of the great sun immortal and told him that the black wind was not simple, he was coincidentally seen by Jiang Beichen, who had pushed open the door. Instantly, Jiang Beichen shook his head. If he's a real immortal cultivator, what's so scary about a mere black wind? Looks like this person is really immortal. It's my wishful thinking. Jiang Beichen sighed and closed the door again. He returned to his room and considered leaving Black Wind Town as soon as his subordinates returned. He would head to the West Bull continent to look for Yi Fan. If he could become Yi Fan's disciple, that would be his opportunity. However, as soon as he entered the room, a pair of green eyes stared at him coldly. Chapter 114. Chapter 114. Quickly run. The Black Wind Demons are not to be trifled with. Underscore. Chapter 114. Quickly run. The Black Wind Demons are not to be trifled with. Underscore I. What kind of eyes were those? It emitted a faint green light. The green light was terrifying and carried endless killing intent. It was as if a vicious wolf was staring at its prey, making Jiang Beichen feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Outside his window, a huge demonic beast was staring at him through the window. The two green eyeballs were half the size of the room. What kind of demonic beast are you? Jiang Beichen turned pale with fright. He was still immortal. He had no way to fight back against the demonic beasts. He could only be controlled and devoured. However, he was not someone who was willing to wait for death. He placed his hands behind his back. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and his expression was calm. It looked like he was calmly waiting for death. In fact, he was taking out the magic treasure that the golden core guard had given him from his ring. This Dharma treasure was the golden core guard's natal Dharma treasure. It could withstand the attack of a divine transformation realm expert with all its strength. Jiang Beichen did not want to die. He still had a lot of time. He possessed a talent that only appeared once every 10,000 years. He wanted to embark on the path of martial arts and reach the peak of the immortal Tao. He could not die. Coo! Outside the window, the huge flying demon beast roared in a low voice. It stretched out its thick claws that were like the trunk of a tree. With a light tap, the array in front of the window was broken. At the same time, another claw clawed at Jiang Beichen. It was a monster, and it usually hit its body, transforming into a human and hiding in the crowd. Therefore, no one discovered it. However, when Jiang Beichen arrived yesterday, it immediately stared at him. It sensed the cultivation talent and bloodline in Jiang Beichen's body. Therefore, he directly created a black wind to block everyone's vision. Now, only Jiang Beichen could see it. Human, obediently let me devour you. One will help you use this body of yours to the extreme. In Jiang Beichen's mind, the monster's cold and greedy voice rang out. In your dreams. Jiang Beichen frowned, his expression determined. Stealing his heart, he produced an icy blue ice needle in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, it flew out. Although he had yet to start cultivating, he still knew some basic martial arts. I hope this demon's realm isn't too high. Jiang Beichen thought to himself as he looked at the flying needles. Although he was nervous, Jiang Beichen was still very confident in the flying needles given by his guards. After all, being able to follow a cultivation genius like him would definitely bring that guard unparalleled benefits in the future. The flying needle shot out and turned into a cold light. Its speed was extremely fast, like a cold light flashing across the sky, causing a sonic boom in the space. In an instant, it stabbed into the head of the flying demonic beast. Jiang Beichen was overjoyed. He had actually stabbed it. That was great. The silver needle that could kill an incarnation realm expert could severely injure the demon beast even if it couldn't kill it. During this period of time, he could use it to escape. However, the next scene made his heart sink. With a crack, the ice-blue silver needle instantly shattered into countless ice shards. How is that possible? Dire monsters that are above the incarnation realm? Jiang Beichen was in complete despair. He could only close his eyes and wait for his death. My life is over, Jiang Beichen said dejectedly. If he had known earlier, he would have cultivated earlier and entered the immortal sect. Who would have thought that his 1-in-a-million cultivation talent would actually be devoured by a flying demon beast today? He could already feel an extremely cold claw clawing at him. He held his breath and waited for death. Boom! However, at this moment, a silent voice sounded. It seemed that the ground was trembling. The claw that was approaching him seemed to have disappeared, and its aura was getting further and further away. Jiang Beichen could not help but open his eyes. Only then did he see that 2 cultivators were passing by and happened to see the demon harming people. They immediately attacked and sent the demon beast flying. Your Highness, don't worry. With us here, this demonic beast won't be able to hurt you. The 2 middle-aged cultivators said. Thank you, Xuanjia and Daoist Xuani. Jiang Beichen was overjoyed. The middle-aged cultivator in front of him was an elder of the Xiantian sect, an immortal sect that was on good terms with the North Moon Empire. His strength was at the Saint Realm. It was extremely terrifying. It could definitely subdue demonic beasts. Roar! You've angered me. The demon was sent flying. It jumped up angrily and roared angrily. Its body enlarged, revealing its true appearance. Immediately after, a violent aura was like a storm. It opened its bloody mouth like a black hole, and a huge suction force seemed to want to devour everything in the world. What is it? This demonic beast's cultivation level was tribulation transcendence. Elder Xian Jia and Elder Xian Yi were instantly shocked. They immediately looked at each other and apologized to Jiang Beichen. They were about to escape. However, before Jiang Beichen could finish listening to their conversation, the two elders, Xian Jia and Xian Yi, were instantly swallowed by the demons that had erupted. Blood splattered everywhere. The two Saint Realm experts were directly torn into pieces by the demon's mouth. It was only then that Jiang Beichen finally saw the true face of the monster. It was a huge boa that was 1,000 feet long. Its entire body was pitch black and covered in pitch black scales. On its body, there were even 2 ugly claws. The huge boa opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the 2 Saint Realm experts. Hee, these 2 people suddenly ambushed me and caught me off guard. Do they really think they're my match? The giant boa waved its claws and shouted angrily, its voice echoing in Jiang Beichen's mind. This time, Jiang Beichen was truly in despair. This giant boa could even devour a Saint Realm expert, let alone a mortal like him. Unless an expert came to save him. After experiencing the ups and downs of his emotions, Jiang Beichen did not know how to face the giant boa. In a trance, he seemed to see a handsome young man walking over with a medicine box on his shoulder. The muscles on his body were extremely clear and orderly, and his posture was still. However, there was no aura fluctuation around him. A mortal? He seemed to be picking herbs. He must have lost his way in the black wind. Jiang Beichen thought. Forget it. I'm going to die anyway. I'll save as many as I can. Jiang Beichen looked at the handsome young man. He was still nearly 1,000 meters away from where he was. As long as he could stall for a while longer, he should be able to let the young man escape. Immediately, Jiang Beichen wanted to remind the young man to run away. Leave quickly, there are demons here. Run. Jiang Beichen shouted anxiously. However, the young man seemed to have not heard him and continued walking in that direction. Chapter 115. Chapter 115. Isn't it just an earthworm? Chapter 115. Isn't it just an earthworm? The young man was getting closer and closer. A faint smile hung on his handsome and resolute face. If it wasn't Wang Miaoshou who had rushed to the East Victory Continent to pick the herbs, who else could it be? It's over. That was the only thought in Jiang Beichen's mind when he saw Wang Miaoshou walking over. Even 2 Saint Realm experts had been swallowed. Moreover, the 2 saints had said that this was a tribulation transcending demon. Tribulation transcendence was an existence that stood at the peak of the entire continent. So what if a mere mortal didn't die? Forget it, I tried to persuade you, but you didn't listen. Even if you die, you can't blame me. Jiang Beichen closed his eyes and waited for death for the 3rd time. However, as soon as he closed his eyes, an extremely frequent sound of attacks rang out. It was as if a hammer was hammering. It even seemed that the painful screams of the demonic beast could be heard. What was going on? Jiang Beichen opened his eyes again. This time, it was as if he had been struck by lightning and was stunned on the spot. He saw the handsome man waving his fist and punching the huge boa, making a hammering sound. The sound was extremely violent, as if the earth was shaking. The 100-foot-long boa was unable to withstand the barrage of fists, and its body kept rolling and struggling on the ground. However, Wang Miaoshou's other hand was firmly gripping the huge boa. No matter how the huge boa rolled, it was unable to escape. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Within a few breaths, the huge boa had turned into the size of an earthworm. It let out a painful scream and then fainted. Fla, not bad medicinal ingredients. Wang Miaoshou picked up the little earthworm and put it into her medicine box. She smiled faintly. Hiss. This time, it was Jiang Beichen's turn to let out a hissing sound. He sucked in a breath of cold air and stood rooted to the ground for a long time, not daring to move. It was too terrifying. This mortal, no, a mighty figure actually used his fist to knock out a huge tribulation-passing boa? Heavens! Moreover, through the window, he could vaguely see that the expert seemed to have walked into this inn and was about to go upstairs. Jiang Beichen only snapped out of his daze after a long while and hurriedly turned around to open the door. He wanted to thank this senior for saving his life. Without this senior, he would already be a dead soul in the mouth of the giant boa. However, when he opened the door, Jiang Beichen was even more shocked. "Master, I'm here to pick herbs." Wang Miaoshu stood respectfully in front of the room of the great Sun Immortal and called out respectfully to the young man whom he had tested earlier. "It's fine. It's good that you're here," Xiao Changtian said lightly. The black wind outside the window had just dispersed. His disciple should not be in danger. "Master, I found a medicinal catalyst. Can you see if it can be used to make the Zhuangyang pill in the prescription?" As Wang Miaoshu spoke, he took out the little earthworm that the huge tribulation-transcending boa had transformed into and humbly asked for advice. "Let me see." Xiao Changtian stared at the little earthworm and observed it for a while. He nodded and said, "It's possible, but it's still a little lacking. The effect will be greatly reduced." According to the records in the prescription, it was best to use a flood python to refine this pill. The little earthworm was much weaker. "Yes." Wang Miaoshu nodded respectfully. He originally thought that a first-level tribulation transcendence boa should be enough. However, according to his master, it was indeed not enough. The medicinal effect could not be exerted to its maximum extent. Hiss. Jiang Beichen sucked in a breath of cold air again and hurriedly closed the door that had a small gap in it. He slumped to the ground. The shock in his heart was indescribable. The mortal carrying the medicine box was a Tribulation Transcendence Realm expert. He had even killed a Tribulation Transcendence Realm giant boa with a pair of fists. However, the mortal he had tested earlier was actually the master of such a senior. In other words, that senior was at least a high-level Dujie expert. In addition, that senior said that a huge boa at the Tribulation Transcendence Realm was not enough to be used as a medicinal catalyst. There were also the 3 words that judged the 9 Phoenix matriarch previously. Could it be that this senior is a Mahayana cultivator? Jiang Beichen was instantly overjoyed. His face was filled with pleasant surprise. If that was really the case, then wouldn't he have found an opportunity? Immediately, Jiang Beichen calmed his emotions and wanted to go out and find that senior to take him as his master. To be able to follow by the side of a Deshang senior, this was a supreme opportunity. At this moment, Xiao Changtian pinched the earthworm and thought for a while. He decided to forget about it. It was too small. It was not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Whoever gets it will get it. Xiao Changtian directly threw the little earthworm on the ground and let Black Tortoise, Phoenix, and the others go to snatch it. "Coo coo coo." The old hen immediately cried out and was about to fight for it. However, the green-haired turtle was not inferior. Even Alpha, who had never fought for anything, joined the ranks. Wang Miaoshu watched this scene and felt cold sweat run down his back. He was silently mourning for the giant boa. This was Senior Black Tortoise and Senior Phoenix. How terrifying would it be to be squeezed in the middle of these mighty figures? However, at this moment, Black Tortoise and the others were still restraining their aura. The little earthworm thought that Wang Miaoshu had let down his guard and hurriedly ran out of the door. In the blink of an eye, he ran away. Coo! Caw! Woof! The 3 animals followed suit. The huge boa was running away, but it was extremely excited. As long as it could get out of that person's sight, it would have a chance to escape. Jiang Beichen, who had opened the door to his room and was about to come over to take her as his master, saw this scene. Not good, the giant boa has run out. Jiang Beichen's face was filled with shock. He had seen the giant boa, and it had also seen him. It was flying toward him in a frenzy. Jiang Beichen's heart turned cold again. However, what made him even more desperate was yet to come. Behind the huge boa, a Xuanwu phantom that was as tall as the skies suddenly appeared. There was also a phoenix that was surrounded by an endless fire domain, and a divine dog that could devour the world. His legs went limp. If he hadn't been leaning against the door frame, he would have collapsed on the ground. The phoenix phantom bit down and instantly roasted the huge boa in the endless fire domain. Then, it swallowed its lower abdomen. Hee hee, ugly turtle, you can't do it? Phoenix laughed at Black Tortoise. The three of them put away their Dharma idols at the same time. Black Tortoise was furious. He was actually one step faster than Phoenix. He deserved to die. He was very depressed. He turned around and left, walking into the room. Alpha didn't care. He shook his head and went back. As for Phoenix, she raised her proud chicken head and rolled her eyes. She stared at Jiang Beichen with disdain before leisurely walking into the room. Chapter 116, Chapter 116. Your Highness, the person you want me to follow is the 9 Phoenix Matriarchal Eye. Chapter 116. Your Highness, the person you want me to follow is the 9 Phoenix Matriarchal Eye. Jiang Beichen was frightened. After Phoenix left, the door to the room closed automatically. His body was like a sponge as he slid down the edge of the door frame and sat on the ground. Uncle Li, come back first. There's no need to follow. With great difficulty, Jiang Beichen took out a communication talisman from his sleeve and sent a voice transmission to the guard following Mu Jiahuang. The guard's name was Li Jie. At that moment, out of fear, Jiang Beichen no longer dared to address the guard as Li Jie. Instead, he addressed him as Uncle Li. However, there was no reply from the other end of the communication talisman. Did something happen to Uncle Li? Jiang Beichen closed his eyes helplessly. On the other side, Li Jie was following Mu Jiahuang, but as he followed, something was wrong. He actually followed her all the way to the 9 Phoenix dynasty. Knowing that this woman might not be simple, Li Jie immediately turned off anything that would expose his whereabouts. This included the communication talisman on his body. Come out. You followed me all the way. Do you really think I didn't notice you? Mu Jiahuang turned around. Her face was silent and cold. Her voice was extremely solemn. At this moment, she was the empress who controlled life and death. You found me? Li Jie's expression changed drastically. He knew that it was useless to hide anymore. He could only walk out with fear and disbelief on his face. He believed that he had concealed himself very well and did not leak a trace of his aura. How could he be seen through by the person in front of him? In front of me, Mu Jiahuang, no one can hide. Mu Jiahuang said domineeringly. The aura around her exploded like a brilliant mountain, instantly pressing down on Li Jie. In an instant, Li Jie's legs could no longer bear the weight and he directly knelt on the ground. With a crack, the ground sank several meters. Li Jie's body was directly buried in the pit. Are you the Empress? Empress, please spare my life. I was just confused for a moment. One didn't mean to offend you. Spare me. Li Jie turned pale with fright and hurriedly begged for mercy. Mu Jiahuang was the name of the Empress. In the territory of the 9 Phoenix dynasty, no one dared to call the Empress by her name, except for the Empress herself. Coupled with the terrifying pressure in front of him, how could Li Jie not understand that the person in front of him was the 9 Phoenix matriarch? His heart was filled with shock. He couldn't understand why the person before him was actually the 9 Phoenix matriarch. An empress following a mortal as a maid. No, that was not right. In just a moment, Li Jie reacted. How could that mortal be a real mortal? He was clearly a supreme existence that even the 9 Phoenix matriarch had to respect. Oh no, could something have happened to the crown prince? Li Jie cursed in his heart. He had already offended the 9 Phoenix great emperor. If the crown prince offended that senior, the consequences would be unimaginable. Please spare my life, Empress. Li Jiexin felt like he was dead. At this moment, he felt that there was nothing he could do. He could only beg for mercy and hope for a chance of survival. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll explain everything clearly. Mu Jiahuang said lightly. Li Jie had only followed them along the way and did not have any evil intentions. She could sense it. Yes. It's like this. Li Jie hurriedly explained the cause and effect of the matter. 15 minutes passed. Mu Jiahuang finally figured out the cause and effect. Only then did she understand that the North Moon Empire's crown prince had peerless talent, but he did not have a master who was strong enough. He happened to hear his master's discussion and wanted to test if his master was an expert. Go back and tell Jiang Beichen that my master is a supreme existence and cannot be offended. If he really wants to become master's disciple, he should go and ask master. As for whether master agrees or not, it's master's decision. Do you understand? Mu Jiahuang said sternly. Her voice was solemn. With a wave of her hand, a powerful law pulled Li Jie out of the pit again. Understood. Li Jie hurriedly nodded. Seeing that Mu Jiahuang had entered the Nine Phoenix Empire, Li Jie hurriedly left. On the way, he reopened the restriction of the communication talisman. To his surprise, he realized that Jiang Beichen had already contacted him. But now, Jiang Beichen's communication talisman seemed to have been cut off. Oh no, did something happen to the crown prince? Could it be that he offended that expert? Li Jie was shocked and he quickly rushed back to the inn. The black wind dispersed and disappeared completely. The sun shone brightly once again. Xiao Changtian carried the white tiger and walked out of the inn. He asked the innkeeper that the only printing company within 100 miles was called Pingshang Enterprise. He was going to head to Pingshang Enterprise to discuss with the owner of Pingshang Enterprise. He wanted to do a batch of printing in the East Victory State to test the waters. After all, he couldn't guarantee that the books that sold well in the North Baron State and the Southport State would have a 100% market in the East Victory State. At any time, practice was the only standard to test the truth. He wanted to test the waters first. If he printed 10,000 sets and no one bought them, wouldn't he be losing money? Very quickly. Xiao Changtian arrived at the shop on the plateau. The shop was quite spacious, but people came and went, making it extremely noisy. It was as lively as a vegetable market. Sir, what business do you want to handle? A voluptuous woman in a low-cut dress walked over with a professional fake smile on her face. I want to contact the trading company and publish a few books. Xiao Changtian said lightly. Book publishing? Sir, do you have the funds? Our Pingshang Mall doesn't do business at a loss. The woman faked a smile, but her tone was filled with disdain. She looked at Xiao Changtian, who was wearing a plain green robe and holding a white cat in his arms. She didn't think that Xiao Changtian was a rich man. Here, this is the deposit. As a transmigrator, Xiao Changtian understood the maid's thoughts. He immediately took out the piece of gold that Jiang Beichen had given him. This is just the beginning. Xiao Changtian's eyes were calm as he spoke to the maid. Seeing the gold, the maid's attitude changed 180 degrees. He wished he could stick his body to Xiao Changtian. This was a sugar daddy, a big sugar daddy. All right, bring me to your manager. Xiao Changtian said impatiently. He came to the publishing office, not to wash his feet. Yes. However, the maid did not feel the slightest bit of displeasure. Instead, she happily agreed to lead the way. At the same time, Li Jie had also rushed back to the inn, only to find that Jiang Beichen had fallen asleep and had thrown the jade communication talisman aside. He woke Jiang Beichen up. You're back. Jiang Beichen's face lit up. Finally, there was a normal person. However, what Li Jie said next almost made him faint again. Your Highness, the woman you asked me to follow is Nine Phoenix, the Great Emperor. Chapter 117, Chapter 117:1 won't let him sell a single book, 1. Chapter 117:1 won't let him sell a single book, 1. Oh. However, the Jiang Beichen that Li Jie had imagined did not appear. On the contrary, Jiang Beichen only replied with an extremely calm. It seemed that he was not surprised by this result. Li Jie frowned. He didn't understand. She was the empress, a powerful figure of her generation. Yet, she had become someone else's maid, and the crown prince was not surprised at all. This was not right. Li Jie looked at Jiang Beichen and touched his forehead. He realized that Jiang Beichen didn't have a fever. Could it be an internal injury? Li Jie was puzzled again. The divine voice instantly covered Jiang Beichen, and his face revealed a puzzled expression. Then he scanned Jiang Beichen's body with his divine telekinesis and saw through Jiang Beichen. He found that there were no internal injuries. Uncle Li, don't waste your energy. I'm not sick. I'm just used to it. After you left, a black fog appeared around the inn. After that, Jiang Beichen recounted what had happened after Li Jie left. What? Is there such a thing? A demonic beast undergoing tribulation was smashed by a few punches. Is it not qualified to be used to refine medicine? There's also the divine beast black tortoise, the phoenix, the divine dog. This time, it was Li Jie's turn to be shocked. Every existence could kill him with a snap of his fingers without any effort. Now, so many big shots were actually gathered together. In an instant, he suddenly felt that it wasn't unacceptable for the Empress to become someone else's maid. Your Highness, when the 9 Phoenix matriarch released me, she told me something. She said that if you want to acknowledge a master, you have to follow the etiquette and ask the seniors. Li Jie relayed Mu Jiawang's words. Since the 9 Phoenix matriarch said so, there must still be hope. All right. Jiang Beichen nodded. He regained his fighting spirit and stood up. Since it's a matter of acknowledging a teacher, the ceremony of acknowledging a teacher can't be abandoned. I need to prepare properly. However, what gift should I prepare? Jiang Beichen was confused. Gold? No way, no way. Previously, the reason why Senior had accepted his gold was because he wanted to hide his identity as a peerless expert. Such an expert has returned to his original state and is hiding in the mortal world. He wants to seek peace, so he didn't let me disturb him. What about spirit stones? No. Experts did not lack this. Then what gift should one give him? Jiang Beichen looked confused and extremely puzzled. Your Highness, I feel that you only need to have a sincere heart. According to my understanding, when a master takes in a disciple, besides talent, the most important thing is sincerity. Only sincerity can move an expert. Is that so? Jiang Beichen still couldn't believe it. The key is that we don't have anything now. Li Jie spread his hands. All right, Jiang Beichen replied. She tidied up her clothes and regained her composure. At the same time, she made a draft in her heart. Jiang Beichen mustered up his courage and came to the door of Daoist De Yang's room, knocking lightly on it. Come in. A vigorous voice came from the room. Jiang Beichen was delighted. He pushed the door open and entered, but after entering he found that Xiao Changtian was not there. Seniors, is the expert not here? Jiang Beichen asked, puzzled. Oh, Master went to the shop on the plateau to check on the shop and hasn't returned yet. It will probably take a few more hours. Wang Miaoshu replied indifferently. He was currently refining the medicinal formula. His expression was focused and he did not say much. Sorry to disturb you too. Jiang Beichen nodded respectfully and closed the door. The shop on the plateau? Go. Jiang Beichen did not even think about it. He walked directly to the shop on the plateau. Since he was sincere about learning from a master, he naturally could not wait for the master to return before he went to learn from him. Now, he needed to go and find his master. Only then could he let his master feel his sincerity. In the shop on the plateau. Under the guidance of the plump maid, Jiang Beichen arrived at a secluded cubicle. The cubicle was built in a unique way. Even the floor was paved with glass. The table was made of high-quality golden nanmu. The chairs were all made of special craftsmanship and inlaid with precious stones. They were extremely luxurious. Let me briefly introduce myself. 1 am the young master of the flat shop. My name is Qin Pingping. I am in charge of publishing books. Sitting opposite Xiao Changtian was a woman in a light blue dress. Her beautiful eyebrows accentuated her big, watery eyes. She was holding a book in her hand. It was obvious that she was reading it before she came in. Since he was someone who liked reading, this matter was easy to handle. I'm planning to publish a book first to test the waters in the market of the victorious East Continent. This is my draft. Xiao Changtian took out a draft of longevity and placed it on the table. All right. The woman nodded and picked up the draft. The more she read, the more surprised she became. She even screamed as she read. It's really well written. An hour later, Chen Pingping finally finished reading this book, but his mood still could not calm down. His mind was still filled with the plot of the book, and his breathing was fluctuating like the mountain peak. Why do you want to hand Pingping over? 1 point all unfair, Xiao Changtian pondered. He could understand Chen Pingping's state. This was the first time the online novels of his previous life on the Blue Planet had come to this world. Just like when he first read a novel, he was amazed. But now, he was already numb. Looking back at the novels of the past, he could even awkwardly deduct 3 rooms and 1 living room from his toes. Mr. Xiao, I need to report this matter to my father, the real owner of the business on the plateau. Sorry, excuse me for a moment. Chen Pingping stood up, took the draft, and walked straight into a dark room at the back. Father, I found a huge business opportunity. If we can reach a deal, the profits of the Pingshang enterprise will double again. No, it's even more than twice as much. Chen Pingping walked in and spoke to a middle-aged man wearing a long robe embroidered with golden threads. The middle-aged man held an abacus in his hand. He kept looking at the account book and calculating while listening to Chen Pingping's description. After hearing that, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. Pingping, leave this matter to me. Father will discuss it. I'm good at lowering the price. If that person doesn't agree her, then I'll use my own methods to make sure that he won't be able to sell a single book in the North Moon Empire, or even the entire victorious East Continent. As the middle-aged man spoke, he put down the abacus in his hand and picked up the draft. But, Father, isn't this a bad idea? Chen Pingping frowned slightly. Hee, Pingping, you have to understand that there are only benefits in this world. The middle-aged man sneered and walked out. Chapter 118 Chapter 118 Expert, please take me as your disciple, 1. Chapter 118 Expert, please take me as your disciple, 1. Xiao Changtian, I am the owner of the shop on the plateau. I will talk to you about this book. Chen Qian narrowed his eyes slightly. A sinister smile hung on his face like a poisonous snake, giving people the feeling that there were needles hidden in cotton wool. However, Xiao Changtian didn't care about his fake smile. He came here today to seek cooperation. As for his book, he hadn't decided whether or not to publish it in this shop. They could only wait for all matters to be discussed before they could enter the market to test the waters. Then let me be direct. I will pay for the printing of this book myself, and your business will be responsible for distributing it to me. You will take 10% of the profits. Xiao Changtian went straight to the point. He didn't want to continue chatting. According to the previous time, he should be taking a nap. At this moment, a wave of sleepiness hit him, making him want to find a place to lie down and rest for a while. 10%. Mr. Xiao, one thing you've misunderstood. The mode of cooperation between our companies is that we're responsible for the entire process. After all, no one can guarantee that anything will happen during this process. Since we are responsible for the entire process and Mr. Xiao, you are only providing a story, so between us, we should give 90% of the profits and you get 10%. Chen Qian smiled like a poisonous snake, staring at Xiao Chang'an. His eyes were murky, as if he wanted to see through Xiao Changtian's heart. However, Xiao Changtian stood up and picked up the draft. It seems that your business is not sincere. Let's forget about this matter. Xiao Changtian held the white tiger in his arms and prepared to leave. Mr. Xiao, I think you still don't know one thing. The businesses on my flat are all over the North Moon Empire. The businesses that cooperate with us basically have a beneficial relationship. As long as one say it, Agister Shao, even if you want to find other businesses to cooperate, it's impossible. The smile on Qin Qian's face disappeared as he threatened. He wasn't lying. The business on the field was very big. Oh. However, Xiao Changtian just nodded his head indifferently and continued to walk out of the shop. Seeing that Xiao Changtian didn't buy it, Qin Qian's face turned cold. Then don't leave. Qin Qian snorted coldly and clapped his hands. In a flash, 2 black shadows landed and blocked Xiao Changtian's path. What's wrong? You still want to force me to buy and sell? Xiao Changtian smiled and sent a message to the Great Sun Immortal through the communication Jade Talisman. It seemed like it was time to teach these black-hearted merchants a lesson. The white tiger in Xiao Changtian's arms had a cold expression. These 2 ants dared to block its master's path. Did they want to die? Immediately, the white tiger was about to rush out and tear the 2 of them apart. However, Xiao Changtian stopped him. Xiao Shi, don't be anxious. Since someone is hospitable, let's stay for a while. Xiao Changtian sat down again. Anyway, he wasn't in a hurry. He would teach these black-hearted merchants a lesson when the enlightened person of the Great Sun arrived. Boss Qin, why don't you tell me what your forces are? Xiao Changtian sat down with a calm expression. It was just the right time to let the Great Sun Immortal wipe out all these forces. Since things have come to this, I'm not afraid to tell you that my entire Qin family has people in the North Moon Empire. The current Minister of Revenue is my brother. Do you understand now, Mr. Xiao? Qin Qian's expression was arrogant. With the Minister of Revenue as his backer, this was the greatest reliance for a businessman like him. I see. Xiao Changtian nodded. Master, the Minister of Revenue is here. At this moment, a servant shouted in surprise. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a man with a big belly. He had a fierce face and was wearing the official uniform of the North Moon Empire. Big brother, you come. Seeing this person, Qin Qian immediately ordered the 2 servants to retreat. Yes, I heard that there seems to be someone here who is not convinced. The Pingshang Enterprise is such a conscientious place, but it is actually said that it is not conscientious. As the Minister of Revenue, one have to exercise my authority, said Qin Yuqian. Qin Yuqian and Qin Qian were only one name apart. However, they were twins. The 2 brothers looked at each other and smiled knowingly. 15 minutes ago, Qin Qian had informed Qin Yuqian that it was rare for his family to have a chance to make a fortune. Hence, the current scene had occurred. Looks like you really can make me unable to sell a single book? Xiao Changtian smiled calmly. When the Great Sun Immortal came, he would directly charge into the North Moon Empire and get rid of this Qin Yuqian. Xiao Changtian drank his tea and slowly got to know Qin Qian and those forces and backers. He was never tired of it. After ale, they would be destroyed in the end. He was not using violence. He was exterminating the violent and bringing peace to the good, enforcing justice for the heavens. While everyone was chatting, the shop on the plateau had already been sealed. No outsiders could pass through. However, he could clearly see the situation inside the shop through the door. Jiang Beichen had arrived at the same time. Expert. Looking over, Jiang Beichen saw Xiao Changtian drinking tea and chatting merrily. Then he walked in. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue is included. 2 soldiers stopped Jiang Beichen. What is it? Irrelevant people? Qin Yuqian, how dare you stop me? Jiang Beichen was enraged. He was the crown prince, yet he was being stopped by the assistant minister of revenue? Hearing Jiang Beichen's voice, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, who was talking to Qin Qian, was stunned. He looked out and saw Jiang Beichen at a glance. Crown Prince's palace. Shocked, Qin Yuqian hurriedly stood up and went out to welcome him. You must be blind. This is His Highness the Crown Prince, and you dare to stop him? You don't want to live anymore. Your Highness, please. Qin Yuqian smiled awkwardly. As an insider, He knew that the current crown prince was not a good-for-nothing on the surface. On the contrary, he was a genius with peerless talent in cultivation and would be the future crown prince. However, Jiang Beichen did not even spare him a glance. He merely snorted coldly and walked toward Xiao Changtian with a perturbed expression. If an expert was here, he would take him as his master. However, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue followed closely behind Jiang Beichen with a smile on his face. Xiao Changtian was curious when he heard that the crown prince had arrived. He turned around and saw Jiang Beichen kneeling before him. "Master, please accept Jiang Beichen's bow." "Jiang Beichen, please accept me as your disciple." Jiang Beichen's voice was loud and clear, resounding throughout the entire business. His voice was deafening. Then, his head hit the floor heavily with a thud. Chapter 119, Chapter 119, The Third Disciple. Chapter 119, The Third Disciple. Thump. The dull sound of kowtowing rang out. In the small shop on the square, it was like a deafening heavenly sound. Originally, the shop on the field wasn't small. However, the crown prince was kowtowing to a mortal. Qin Yuqian and Qin Qian, who were still arrogant and despotic before, instantly broke out in cold sweat. Their entire faces had already twisted into the color of pig liver. They wanted to escape, but they couldn't. They were actually blackmailing the crown prince's disciple. It was over. There was no turning back in this matter. The Minister of Revenue, Qin Yuqian, was so angry that his huge body fell heavily to the ground and fainted. As for Qin Qian, the corners of his mouth were twitching non-stop on his liver-colored face. "Expert, please take me in as your disciple." Jiang Beichen knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily. His forehead was almost broken, and blood was flowing down from the top of his head, dyeing his white clothes bright red. "You want to take me as your master?" Xiao Changtian was stunned. This wasn't right. One haven't conquered my disciple yet? His disciple was about to acknowledge him as his master? Was there a misunderstanding in the middle? Xiao Changtian frowned and sized up Jiang Beichen. He had also heard the Minister of Revenue, Qin Yuqian, address Jiang Beichen as the crown prince. Good heavens, this disciple is even a crown prince. How can I make a move, take in a disciple? Xiao Changtian frowned even more. He had also heard of the North Moon Empire. It was a mortal empire. In a world of cultivators like the Tianyuan continent, they were like ants. Any powerful cultivator could destroy an entire empire. But even so, to Xiao Changtian, it was still a terrifying existence. After all, he was just an ordinary mortal. Although he had a good relationship with the Great Sun Immortal, the Great Sun Immortal could not protect him forever. However, he still had to complete the system's mission. He still had to open the path of invincibility and become a supreme existence. What a contradiction! Xiao Changtian frowned and weighed these two things. He thought about it and looked at Jiang Beichen asking, "Why do you want to take me as your master?" The most important thing was to figure out why Jiang Beichen would acknowledge him as his master. It couldn't be Jiang Beichen's own strategy, right? It can't be, right? It can't be, right? "Master, I want to learn from you," Jiang Beichen answered sincerely. Only by following such an expert could one learn the most powerful Tao in the world and forge a supreme foundation. Only by forging a supreme foundation could one go further in the future and have a higher upper limit. Jiang Beichen's gaze was firm, and his eyes were burning. He had to acknowledge an expert as his master today. He wanted to begin his path of cultivation today. "Learn from me." "What do you want to learn?" "I have many paths here. You have to choose one. After all, you can't bite off more than you can chew." Xiao Changtian asked. It turned out that Jiang Beichen had taken him as his master in order to learn from him. It must be because Jiang Beichen had entered her room to ask for help and saw the calligraphy she had written on the table. He must have felt that his calligraphy was as graceful as a swan and as agile as a dragon. He was more than a level higher than the calligraphy masters on the Tianyuan continent, so he wanted to learn calligraphy from a master. However, he was proficient in all 18 martial arts, such as zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, wine, tea, forging and raising, omnipotent. Other than cultivation. An expert wants me to choose a path? Looks like there's a chance. Jiang Beichen's face was filled with joy. Since the master had asked him to choose a path, he must have wanted to take him as a disciple. However, Jiang Beichen thought for a moment and shook his head. He was still a mortal and did not know much about immortal cultivation, let alone building a supreme foundation. He wasn't clear about the path of invincibility of his seniors, so he had no choice. After a moment of silence, Jiang Beichen looked at Xiao Changtian and said, "I don't know. I have no choice." Jiang Beichen wanted to ask for Xiao Changtian's opinion. "I see. You can learn calligraphy from me." Xiao Changtian thought for a moment and said directly. From his point of view, he believed that Jiang probably knew a little about music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. As the son of the emperor and the crown prince of the dynasty, it was only natural for him to have an extraordinary background. However, because he had studied too much, he wasn't sure which path he should focus on. Since that was the case, he would choose calligraphy for him. Calligraphy? Jiang Beichen was stunned. Why calligraphy? Didn't he want to cultivate? However, on second thought, why would such an expert teach him these mortal things? There must be a deeper meaning behind it. Could it be? Calligraphy is also a great Tao? That must be it. Jiang Beichen was overjoyed when he figured out the crux of the matter. His face was filled with surprise. He kowtowed to Xiao Chang'an and said, "Thank you, master." Yes. Xiao Changtian also nodded. This disciple of his was very sensible. From now on, you are our third disciple. You still have two senior brothers. One of them is called Yi Fan, and he's still in the West Bull continent. Second senior brother is a physician. One believe you have seen him in the past 2 days. If you become my disciple, I guarantee that your calligraphy will reach the peak of the Tian Yuan continent. Xiao Changtian said lightly. Eldest senior brother. It's actually Yi Fan. Yi Fan's master is the master in front of me? In an instant, Jiang Beichen understood what had happened. No wonder Yi Fan was able to be invincible in just a few months after his supreme being bone was dug out. It turned out that he had taken the expert in front of him as his master. So that was the case. It seemed that my intuition was right. Taking this expert as my master would indeed allow me to obtain supreme opportunities. Disciple Jiang Beichen thanks master. Jiang Beichen said delightedly. He even wanted to kowtow to the swans. The joy in his heart to be able to acknowledge such a master as his master had already covered up the pain. As my disciple, there's no need to harm yourself. Xiao Changtian held his shoulder with one hand and stopped him from kowtowing. If he did, his head would shake slightly. It was not easy to take in a disciple who was extremely talented in cultivation. If his disciple became a grandmaster in martial arts in the future, wouldn't he be very blessed? Bang! At this moment, outside the shop on the square, a dull collision sound was heard. The great Sun Immortal's momentum was vigorous, and he stepped on all the soldiers who tried to stop him. He had also received Xiao Changtian's message and hurried over. It was his honor that the senior had used him. As the saying went, there was no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. The Immortal of Great Sun felt that it was best to use him to deal with these small fries. I'm here. They didn't offend you, right? The Great Sun Immortal hurriedly walked over and said respectfully. Chapter 120 Black Sky, I'm here to find you. Chapter 120 Black Sky, I'm here to find you. Offended? They wanted to kill me. They even threatened that if I didn't agree to their arrangements and threats, I wouldn't be able to sell a single book in the entire North Moon Empires. They even sent immortal cultivators to kill me. It's the two of them. Xiao Changtian pointed at the two people in front of him as he spoke. These two people had helped the wicked bully the innocent. Xiao Changtian didn't plan to let them go. If the person who was tricked today was not him but another mortal, without an immortal cultivator friend like the great sun immortal, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. He could not let such a person off. If you two go to hell. The great sun immortal snorted coldly, his face filled with monstrous anger. Who was this senior? Two golden elixir realm ants dared to offend a senior. Behind the great sun immortal, his true essence was extremely violent, and the scorching temperature directly formed a sun. The great sun emerged from the east, its brilliant pressure unstoppable. A terrifying power instantly enveloped the two of them. In the scorching sun, the two of them were directly destroyed. The entire shop was filled with the painful screams of these two people. Their screams were heart-wrenching, terrifying beyond compare. The officials and soldiers who came with the Minister of Revenue were instantly scared silly. The weapons in their hands fell to the ground with clattering sounds. This person was a cultivator. Moreover, he was a very powerful cultivator. Shopkeeper Chin, you previously said that one can't sell a single book in the North Moon Empire. Xiao Changtian looked at the two people being killed. Although he felt that the method was cruel, after all, he was from the blue planet in his previous life. However, there was only a sense of satisfaction in his heart. It was a carefree feeling of exterminating evil. If he didn't have a friend like the great sun immortal today, he would have ended up worse than these two. Although he wasn't a great demon who killed people like flies, he knew how to eliminate evil. He turned his head and held a cup of tea. With a smile on his face, he looked at Chen Qian indifferently. "Spare me, master. Spare me." Chen Qian shivered and knelt on the ground, kowtowing and apologizing, begging for Xiao Changtian's forgiveness. "I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Expert, I was just blinded by greed for a moment and wanted to obtain more money. I didn't really want to make a move. I deserve to die. But I don't want to die. Please spare my life. I can give my daughter to you as compensation." Ping Ping quickly begged for mercy from the expert. Chen Qian shouted for mercy and kept slapping himself. The aircraft carrier was filled with endless fear and regret. If he had known Xiao Changtian's identity was so powerful, he wouldn't have dared to provoke him. However, before Chen Pingping could kneel, the people outside the shop all knelt down and shouted, "Expert, please help us. This shop is a master who eats people without spitting out the bones. Master, Chen Qian has forcefully taken my brother. Master, please let us make a decision." This Chen Qian colluded with the Minister of Revenue and said that he had swallowed all our relief money 2 years ago. "Expert." Shouts sounded. The commoners outside the shop were agitated and filled with righteous indignation. Their voices rose and completely drowned out Chen Qian. The voices of these commoners made Xiao Changtian furious. As a mortal, he knew how difficult it was to survive in this world of cultivation. However, a tyrant like Chen Qian was notorious for bullying others. Just by threatening him, he must have done such things in the past. Now that the public's resentment had erupted, those who dared to be angry but did not dare to speak up before also took this opportunity to speak their minds. Xiao Changtian took a deep breath to calm himself down and looked at Jiang Beichench. "Disciple, you are the crown prince of the North Moon Empire. How will you handle this matter?" Xiao Changtian stared at Jiang Beichen. As Xiao Changtian's disciple, he must have a kind and sincere heart. If the Jiang Beichen in front of him was a muddle-headed son of an emperor who could not see the sufferings of the commoners clearly and did not have the slightest pity in his heart, then he would be able to do so. Then he would expel Jiang Beichen from the sect. Even if he could not complete the system's mission, he would not accept such a disciple. Even if he couldn't open his path to invincibility, he had no regrets. He came from the blue planet and had his own bottom line. If he gave up his bottom line for the path of invincibility, then what was the point of becoming an invincible existence or a supreme expert? Become a living fossil. The meaning of life had disappeared from the moment he gave up on being a human. Xiao Changtian's expression was extremely serious, even more serious than when he was talking about the Tao. Instantly, Jiang Beichen knew that his master was a true expert. He had the heart of the world and an invincible cultivation. At that moment, Jiang Beichen was sincerely respectful to his master. Master, Chen Qian is just a chess piece in this matter. Chen Yuqian, who is behind him, and those existences in the court are the true evil. As the crown prince, one promise you, master, and all the people of the Moonback Empire that one will clean up the court tomorrow. Anyone who has been wronged, tell me face to face. I will investigate within 2 days. Those involved in this matter will definitely be killed, regardless of whether the royal family participated or not. Jiang Beichen's voice was deafening and echoed throughout the entire shop. At the same time, he picked up a long saber that had fallen to the ground. He raised the long saber, and his eyes became very fierce. The cold blade slashed down at the Minister of Revenue. Slash. With the sound of flesh being torn apart, the Minister of Revenue, Chen Yuqian, died instantly. Good. Your Highness the Crown Prince is mighty. As expected of the Crown Prince. I have been wronged and I want revenge. We all support the Crown Prince. A series of supportive voices sounded, and everyone's faces revealed a look of joy. With the assurance of the Crown Prince, they believed that their grievances could be cleared. Disciple, first settle the matters of the North Moon Empire, then come and see me at the inn. Xiao Changtian gave his order and left. Jiang Beichen nodded in agreement. On the other side, the Nine Phoenix matriarch secretly brought some people and sneaked into the Black Sky sect. This time, she wanted to capture the Black Sky sect's sect master without batting an eyelid. She wanted to capture all the information regarding the secret chamber of darkness. Hence, he decided to do it. She brought a few people, taking advantage of the darkness, and quietly arrived at the secret room where the Black Sky sect's sect master cultivated. Hey Tianqiong, I'm here to find you. Mu Jiawang's figure was like a ghost. In an instant she arrived in front of He Tianqiong. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, Capturing Black Sky, Secret of the Dark Chamber. Chapter 121, Capturing Black Sky, Secret of the Dark Chamber. He Tianqiong sat cross-legged on the futon. Black chi flickered around him as if he was cultivating some kind of demonic technique. Hearing Mu Jiawang's voice, He Tianqiong suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone with a cold light. He, you really dare to come? He Tianqiong's face did not show any panic or coldness. On the contrary, a smile hung on his face. He laughed and clapped his hands. In an instant, dozens of figures appeared in the secret chamber. These dozens of figures directly surrounded Mu Jiawang. Oh, you knew one was coming? Mu Jiawang's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and her face was filled with doubt. I've already set up a trap for the betrayal of those 3 good-for-nothings, Taoist Master Zhongxian. Don't even think about leaving today. He Tianqiong's voice suddenly turned cold and fierce, his face ferocious. With a wave of his hand, dozens of figures surrounded Mu Jiawang, flashed like ghosts and pounced towards Mu Jiawang and her subordinates. This is a trap specially set up for you. He Tianqiong sneered as he stared at Mu Jiawang. His killing intent was boundless and terrifying. It enveloped the entire secret chamber, causing the temperature in the secret chamber to drop. The dozens of black figures all had extraordinary cultivation. Mu Jiawang's subordinates were defeated and heavily injured in a few breaths. Female Empress, these people are all at the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. One of the old women said. Her voice was anxious and her expression was solemn. She was the imperial advisor of the 9 Phoenix dynasty, and her cultivation was at the 8th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. However, it was already difficult to resist one of the black figures, let alone dozens of them. Boom! Dozens of black figures burst out with black ink around their bodies. Black gas spread and turned into a cage that enveloped Mu Jiawang and the others. The 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm is nothing. Mu Jiawang's lips curled into a smile as she sneered. She had been at the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm before, the greatest human expert on the Tianyuan continent. However, after following Senior and knowing the worlds described in Senior's books, to her, the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm, no, the Mahayana realm, were all ants. In front of a true expert, they were just ants. Immediately, Mu Jiahuang erupted. Red vital essence light suffused around her body, like endless flames. The bright light illuminated the entire secret chamber. The burning flame was like a phoenix, and the phantom of the phoenix circled behind him. Its aura was intimidating and its pressure was brilliant. Buzz! The phoenix phantom trembled slightly and flew out quietly, biting at the dozen black figures. Not good. Attack together. Upon seeing this phoenix phantom, dozens of black figures were intimidated by the aura and retreated. They all became solemn. Dozens of people joined forces and formed an array. Dozens of people piled up. Rolling black chi gathered like a wave and instantly formed a huge palm in the void. His hand was huge and vast as he grabbed at the phoenix phantom, as if he wanted to trap it. You don't know what's going on. Mu Jiahuang chuckled. This phoenix phantom was copied by Senior Phoenix. Even if it did not have 1/1000th of Senior Phoenix's strength, it still had a prototype. Screech. The phoenix let out a loud cry and suddenly spread its wings. The moment it spread its wings, endless flames seemed to burn the heavens, and the dark hand was instantly penetrated by the flames. Boom! The phoenix phantom turned into a stream of light. Its wings carried a great force as it slapped towards the dozens of black figures. Bang! The dozens of black figures were smashed into pieces, turning into wisps of black gas that dissipated into the air. How did these people come to be? Mu Jiawang's phoenix eyes narrowed as she stared at the black cheech. Last time in the Western Bull continent, it was also these black-robed men who were all-powerful. Even if the 9th level of the tribulation was nothing in his eyes, these black-robed men were clearly mass-produced, regardless of their figure, physique, realm, or aura. It was completely similar. However, these men in black had intelligence. Mu Jiahuang found it hard to understand. But now, the answer was right in front of him. Black sky, if this is all you have, you will die today. Mu Jiawang's aura was like a rainbow, and her voice was dignified. It was filled with a kind of inviolability. At this moment, she was the high and mighty Empress. Mighty Empress. The Empress is domineering. The experts behind Mu Jiahuang all had looks of admiration on their faces. This was the Empress, the high and mighty Empress. He, Mu Jiahuang, do you think I don't know that you have broken through to the Deshang stage during the Battle of the Western Bull Continent? But, do you know that I have also broken through to the Deshang realm? He Tianxiong laughed coldly. His aura burst forth, and his black aura spread throughout the secret chamber like a tide. The temperature of the entire secret chamber dropped in an instant, and a bone-chilling coldness filled the air. Imperial Preceptor and the others were even more suppressed by the aura until they could not breathe. Mahayana. It was the aura of a Mahayana realm expert. You have broken through to the Mahayana realm and are now in the Mahayana realm. Mu Jiawang's phoenix eyes were filled with anger. That dark castle is absorbing the fate of the Tianyuan continent again. If I can't break through to the Mahayana realm even with that, then wouldn't one be too useless? He Tianxiong sneered and directly told him about the secret chamber of the dark castle. Now that the dark citadel had appeared, all the cultivators on the continent knew about it. There was no need to hide it. One thing today is the day you die. He Tianxiong laughed loudly and snorted coldly. The aura around him turned cold like a blade as he punched towards Mu Jiahuang. His fists were stained with black aura. The black aura was like two small mountains, and its aura was powerful and heavy. Gotcha! In fact, in the air, the fist's momentum directly brought about a sonic boom. Amidst the sonic boom, the entire secret chamber began to shake as if it could not withstand this pressure. Bang! He Tianxiong's fists directly hit Mu Jiawang's protective vital essence. Mu Jiawang's figure was pushed back more than 10 steps, and her face was a little pale. 2 fine cracks had already appeared on the protective Zhenyuan around her body. As these 2 fine cracks appeared, Mu Jiawang's face darkened. Previously, He Tianxiong was only at the 5th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm, but now he had quietly broken through to the Great Ascension realm. It must be related to the mysterious organization behind him. This mysterious organization could mass-produce 9th-level Tribulation Transcendence experts and even create those at the Mahayana realm. They definitely had a shocking scheme. Then I'll let you see why one can become an empress. Mu Jiahuang shouted loudly. Her loud and clear female voice was filled with pressure. It could not be disobeyed, and the power around her surged. She was going to take down Black Sky today and ask about the secret of the forces behind him. Chapter 122 Chapter 122, That's a Bright Future. Underscore. Chapter 122, That's a Bright Future. Underscore I. Screech. Suddenly, the red vital essence light around Mu Jiawang's body gathered and formed a huge fire phoenix phantom again. The fire phoenix opened its arms and endless flames bloomed as if it wanted to burn the heavens. Go! Mu Jiahuang shouted again. With the force of her palm, the fire phoenix fell towards the black sky. She was able to become the #1 expert of the human race in the past and even defeat all those old monsters at the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm because of her true strength. In the same realm, Mu Jiahuang had always been invincible. The vast palm force, coupled with the brilliant Phoenix Phantom, seemed to be able to intimidate the heavens. The black gas in the entire secret chamber began to emit crackling sounds as the fire phoenix passed by. It was obvious that it was afraid. Fight! He Tianxiong said coldly. No one saw that the moment he made his move, a small skull about the size of a thumb was thrown out. With a whoosh, the skull enlarged and became incomparably huge. What? Mu Jiahuang was shocked because the skull in front of her had actually swallowed the fire phoenix phantom. Then, a force as heavy as a mountain smashed down on her. Kacha! With a crisp sound, the protective Zhenyuan around Mu Jiahuang completely exploded. However, the power of the skull did not diminish and continued to bombard Mu Jiahuang. Puff! This time, Mu Jiahuang even spat out a mouthful of blood. She could vaguely hear the sound of bones breaking. Hee, so what if she's the 9 Phoenix matriarch? After the fallen emperor era, she dares to call herself an emperor just because she's transcending a tribulation. What a joke! He Tianxiong sneered. With a wave of his hand, the skull stopped in midair. However, a huge force still enveloped Mu Jiahuang. Even the space where Mu Jiahuang could retreat was completely sealed. How can you be so strong? Mu Jiahuang stared at the skull in the sky and asked with a frown. The power contained in this skull was not to be underestimated. Hee, this is the power gifted by an immortal from the upper world. How can you defeat it? A mere mortal dares to fight an immortal? He Tianxiong's face was filled with arrogance and yearning. As long as they opened the ancient door and released the existence inside, the immortal would guide them to ascend and become an immortal. His vicious eyes were filled with anticipation. What is the purpose of the organization behind you? What does it have to do with the upper realm? Mu Jiahuang stared at He Tianxiong in shock. This mysterious force was actually related to the upper realm. It was unbelievable. We are the future of the Tian Yuan continent. We will yearn for an even stronger future. As for you, a dying person, there's no need to know. He Tianxiong sneered and took out a crystal ball. The image of the skeletal man appeared on the crystal ball. Master, I have defeated Mu Jiahuang. Do you want to kill her? He Tianxiong asked respectfully. Soul search first and find out that person's identity before killing him. The skeletal man said in a hoarse voice. Yes. He Tianqiong nodded and put away the crystal ball. A huge black hand grabbed towards Mu Jiawang's head. He wanted to search his soul. He searched through Mu Jiawang's memories. Great Empress! Everyone present had anxious expressions on their faces. However, they were suppressed by He Tianqiong's aura of the Mahayana realm and could not move at all. They could only shout anxiously. Soon, He Tianqiong's divine thoughts entered Mu Jiawang's sea of consciousness. What? However, at this moment, He Tianqiong's expression changed drastically. He saw a boundless sea, and the monstrous seawater flowed backward. There seemed to be a vague shadow of a Xuanwu stirring the wind and clouds. Mu Jiahuang grinned. She had just bowed, but that was just a pretense. Her purpose was to get information from He Tianqiong. It was only under such circumstances that He Tianqiong would mistakenly think that victory was within his grasp, and thus reveal the secret. The black tortoise phantom was naturally the water law that Mu Jiahuang had grasped under the guidance of the black tortoise. The sea water poured back, and the terrifying power attacked He Tianqiong's sea of consciousness. He Tianqiong was caught off guard and suffered such a tragic attack. His face changed drastically and turned pale. His body twitched and he flew backward. The crystal ball in his hand fell to the ground with a crack and shattered into countless transparent fragments. His entire body was struck by the 9 Phoenix Matriarch's palm. The vast palm force directly exploded He Tianqiong's body. The secret is already clear. Then you people should die. Mu Jiahuang said coldly. At this moment, the imperial advisor and the others had also regained their freedom, and their faces revealed a happy expression. Well done. These scumbags are not worthy of being cultivators. The imperial advisor said angrily with a look of disbelief on his face. Back then, they sacrificed 99,000 boys and girls and slaughtered thousands of villages. Countless people were killed. Those scum deserve to die. 5 years ago, another 10,000 immortal cultivators were sacrificed. More than 10 years ago. Good kill, vent your anger. That's right. Voices of relief rang out one after another. These people of the 9 Phoenix dynasty recounted all the brutal sins of this organization. Back then, Mu Jiahuang had returned from Xiao Changtian's courtyard and killed the traitor of the 9 Phoenix dynasty who had secretly attacked her. However, he had learned about this mysterious organization from the traitor. The reason was that the Empress was investigating them. Therefore, he asked 9 Phoenix to attack the spy and obtain the trace of Phoenix bloodline in Mu Jiahuang's body at the same time. Great Empress, shall we go and destroy the Dark Castle now? Just in time. Yes, yes. The few of them echoed. However, Mu Jiahuang shook her head. I'll listen to Master's arrangements. Upon hearing this, the imperial advisor and the others looked at each other and fell silent. They had only heard of this expert, but they had never seen him in person. The Empress had already broken through to the Deshang realm and was invincible on the continent. How could there be anyone stronger than the Empress? They felt that it was impossible, so they wanted to meet the so-called master that the Empress mentioned. Great Empress, can you let us meet Senior? From what you've said, it's too unbelievable, right? Yes, yes. Many expectant voices sounded. Mu Jiahuang smiled faintly. Don't worry. Senior has said that he will come to the 9 Phoenix dynasty after a while. That's good, that's good. The few experts laughed, but a hint of unwillingness flashed in their eyes. They looked at each other. They were already prepared. When that expert arrived at the 9 Phoenix dynasty, they would definitely ask for advice. Chapter 123 Chapter 123 This is a peerless sword in Tentalai. Chapter 123 This is a peerless sword in Tentalai. When the Black Sky Sect's sect leader was killed, the next day at dawn, it caused an uproar. It even shook the entire continent. However, in order to cover up the truth of the matter, Mu Jiahuang directly disguised the scene as a suicide scene. At the same time, they elected a new chief, a chief who truly submitted to the 9 Phoenix dynasty. Only then did the storm of this matter pass. As for the secret chamber, the skeleton mask was already furious. Last night, it was clear that he had a 100% chance of killing Mu Jihuang. Why did it end up like this? At the same time, North Moon Royal Super. The atmosphere in Dynasty last night was tense and serious. There was even a chilling aura in the air. Of course, this was for the officials of the North Moon Empire. The officials could not sleep at night. That was because Jiang Beichen was not sleeping in the royal palace. Countless commoners entered the court and began to complain about the crimes of these corrupt officials in the throne room. From yesterday afternoon until sunrise this morning, all of them were recorded. Did the North Moon Emperor know that Jiang Beichen was about to officially step into cultivation and that he had acknowledged a peerless expert as his master? He immediately expressed his support. In the entire palace, countless officials did not sleep. Countless organizations began to operate. Overnight, the names of those corrupt officials were all investigated and verified. Capture him. The North Moon Emperor's voice was icy cold. As soon as the order was given, a tragic cry that sounded like a pig being slaughtered rang out in the entire North Moon Empire. Pingshang Enterprise, fuck your ancestors. Chen Yuqian, if you go to hell, you will definitely go to the 18th level of hell. Chen Qian, I'm going to skin you alive and eat your flesh. Chen Qian, you're killing me. Chen Qian and Chen Yuqian were cursed by the arrested officials, their voices completely drowning out the ordinary people. The people's job was to watch the show. After eating the melon, he threw the rind of the melon on the faces of these corrupt officials. Within the North Moon Imperial Palace, more than half of the officials were directly pushed to the front of the shops on the plateau and executed. This street was dyed red by the blood, but the commoners were not afraid at all. They only clapped their hands happily. In the history of the North Moon Empire, this day was known as the Corrupted Officials' Day. The goal was to make the officials of the North Moon Empire clean and upright. Even after thousands of years, the North Moon Empire had become a place that many empires yearned for. Of course, this was all for later. Compensate the people with double the amount of money lost. If anyone dares to play tricks during this process, you know the consequences. Also, Jiang Beichen was in charge of the overall situation, and he did everything by himself without a hint of slack. He could only look for his master after he was halfway done with this matter. His master's attitude towards this matter was extremely serious previously. He definitely could not make the slightest mistake. Another day and night passed. Jiang Beichen did not dare to slack off. He did not even sleep. His powerful ability to govern the country was also completely demonstrated at this moment. Phew! Finally, on the morning of the third day, Jiang Beichen let out a long sigh. He put down the brush in his hand and dragged his heavy body to stand up. However, because he had not rested for the past few days, Jiang Beichen's mortal body had yet to start cultivating. He instantly staggered and fell to the ground. Bang! A dull and loud sound rang out. The guards around him were shocked and hurriedly helped him up. Even the North Moon Emperor, who had just arrived, was shocked. Jiang Beichen had been working too hard during this period of time. He had no time to rest at all. Son, why don't you rest for a day? The North Moon Emperor could not help but asks. No. Jiang Beichen shook his head. His master had instructed him to look for him once this matter was settled. This was Jiang Beichen's opportunity, and he could not miss it. Jiang Beichen narrowed his eyes and opened them again. He regained some of his composure and began to walk toward the inn in a daze. In the inn, Xiao Changtian listened to the waiter's story and nodded in satisfaction. In just a few days, the empire had been shaken and more than half of the corrupt officials had been eliminated. It seemed that this disciple of his was very courageous. Xiao Changtian thought for a while and felt that he should not treat his disciple unfairly. Then give me a gift, Xiao Changtian said lightly. Then he walked into his room and picked up the phoenix feather pen. He wrote a poem on the paper in front of him. The edge of a sword is sharpened, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. Xiao Changtian nodded in satisfaction after writing this poem. This poem was perfect to encourage Jiang Beichen. This. On the side, Taoist De Yang, who saw the calligraphy, clearly saw the blossoming of the winter plum blossoms. However, a sharp blade tore through the air from the plum blossoms. That sword broke the biting cold winter and tore apart the whistling north wind. It was as if that sword was about to leap out from the words and pierce into his sea of consciousness. The great sun immortal hurriedly shifted his gaze away, his expression shocked. He didn't dare to look directly at the sword intent contained in this sword. He didn't even dare to look at it anymore. The more he looked, the more he realized that the sword intent was deep. In fact, the true meaning of the sword contained in it could completely suppress the Nanming primordial fire painting. Taoist Big Sun, what do you think of my painting? Xiao Changtian asked with a smile when he saw the great Sun Jinren staring at him. Wonderful! Wonderful! The immortal De Yang said in a deep voice, his praise coming from the bottom of his heart. Senior's calligraphy, be it the structure of the calligraphy, the movement of the brush, or the supreme sword intent contained in the calligraphy, was flawless. The exquisiteness of creation was already not something he could comment on. That's good. Xiao Changtian nodded. It seemed that this calligraphy was very suitable as a gift to Jiang Beichen. Dong 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 dong. While Xiao Changtian was thinking about this matter, a knock sounded on the door. It was Jiang Beichen. Master, my disciple Jiang Beichen is here to pay his respects. Jiang Beichen stood outside the door and said respectfully. Come in. Xiao Changtian said lightly. He had originally thought that his disciple would take a day off to deal with the matters of the North Moon Empire for the past few days. He did not expect that he would come today. Master. Jiang Beichen walked in and bowed once more, showing the utmost courtesy. After Xiao Changtian asked him to stand up, Jiang Beichen greeted Wang Miaoshou and the great Sun Immortal. Looking at Jiang Beichen, who was so devoted to learning, Xiao Changtian nodded and handed the calligraphy to him. This is. Jiang Beichen looked over and felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He could feel a shocking sword intent. Even the meridians and blood in his body were affected and began to boil. This is a peerless sword intent. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, Fuck Him, 1. Chapter 124, Fuck Him, 1. In Jiang Beichen's mind, a world filled with snow and ice appeared. That world was filled with devastation and snow. There was only coldness. It was bone-chilling cold. It was just like the period when he could not find a supreme foundation and disguised himself as a profligate son. However, in that vast world of white snow, the vitality of all living things was harvested. Dozens of plum blossoms stood proudly in the snow and bloomed. There were even wisps of fragrance seeping into his heart and spleen. No matter how cold the wind blew, the plum blossoms did not move at all. In fact, it was even more vibrant, even more charming, and even more fragrant. Jiang Beichen's mind was filled with those dark days. It was extremely difficult and he could not see any hope. The sword edge is forged from grinding, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. Jiang Beichen muttered to himself. Suddenly, a layer of enlightenment rose in his heart. His master was telling him that only by experiencing the bone-chilling cold could he bloom like a plum blossom and give off a delicate fragrance. Jiang Beichen's eyes shone brightly. He had already taken this mighty figure as his master. That period of darkness had passed, and the days to come would become as sharp as a sword, emitting a cold light. His state of mind suddenly changed. In the world of ice and snow within the calligraphy, the snow plum blossom in front of him suddenly turned into a sharp sword. What kind of sword was that? It flew out from the plum blossoms. It was spotless and shiny. The snowflakes that fell were directly shattered by the sharp sword chi. Then the sword slashed out. In an instant, there was only this sword in the world. This sword cut through the cold wind. It broke through the endless winter. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and the huge sun emitted endless light. The light was warm and scorching, completely melting the ice and snow on the ground. The entire world turned into a huge lake. In the lake, lotus flowers bloomed, looking extremely enchanting. The flower bud bloomed, emitting a bird's fragrance. It was a fragrance different from plum blossoms, but it was equally refreshing and refreshing. Facing the beautiful scenery in front of him, Jiang Beichen felt the exhaustion in his mind disappear instantly. The long sword landed on the lotus flower. Half of it was a winter plum flower, and the other half was a lotus flower. Two different worlds appeared. Those are two different supreme sword intents. Jiang Beichen's heart was shaken, and he was completely lost in the thought. That's strange. I like this calligraphy so much. Xiao Changtian looked at Jiang Beichen, who was holding the calligraphy book without moving. His face was filled with joy. It was obvious that he was immersed in it. Forget it. It's hard to recover from being immersed in calligraphy. 1 foot 11 inches, go and rest for a while. Writing this calligraphy is quite exhausting. Xiao Changtian said lightly. He stretched his body and left the room of the great sun immortal, returning to his own room to take a nap. Is this an epiphany? After Xiao Changtian left, the great sun immortal looked at Jiang Beichen and retreated continuously because the sword will around Jiang Beichen was rapidly increasing. Level 1 sword essence, Level 2 sword essence, sword intent level 10. However, it was not over yet. It was still increasing. Jiang Beichen, who was looking at the calligraphy, was actually fighting with the sword intent around him. On the left side of Jiang Beichen's body was a bone-chilling world. The cold wind was biting, and countless sword chi was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, harvesting the vitality of all things. On the right side of his body was a midsummer day. The sun was bright and beautiful, and the lotus flowers were blooming. The sword chi produced 2, 2 produced 3, and 3 produced infinite copies. The two sword intents seemed to be the two extremes of yin and yang, colliding and struggling. They could complement each other. They are two extreme forms of the surplus pulse. The raging sword essence was so powerful that even the great Sun Jinren could not get close to the golden tass. Qi refining, foundation building, golden core, gold core. What kind of cultivation speed is this? The great Sun Immortal was shocked. At this moment, Jiang Beichen was in two extreme sword domains, and his cultivation was rising like a rocket. In just a few breaths, his cultivation had surpassed the great Sun Immortal. The great Sun Immortal looked shocked and incredulous. Meow dash. At this moment, the white tiger walked over. He walked in front of Jiang Beichen. In an instant, the brilliant white tiger phantom appeared as if it was shocking the heavens. The white tiger raised its claws, and the terrifying laws of the great Tao directly descended. The aura of the great path revolved around Jiang Beichen's body, helping him stabilize his realm. After 2 hours, Jiang Beichen finally opened his eyes. The instant he opened his eyes, 2 terrifying sword shadows circled around him. In an instant, the 100,000 demon mountains in the distance suddenly shattered. In an instant, the screams of demons could be heard. I've broken through. Jiang Beichen's face was filled with joy. He could sense the terrifying energy in his body, and only then did he retract the 2 sword wills completely. So when Master asked me to choose the Tao of calligraphy, he was actually choosing the supreme Tao of the sword. I see. Thank you, Master. Jiang Beichen knelt down again and bowed toward Xiao Changtian's room. Seeing Jiang Beichen break through, White Tiger yawned and quietly left. She returned to Xiao Changtian's room and jumped into his arms again. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the mission of accepting a disciple. Reward, Monkey King. The system notification sounded. In an instant, Jiang Beichen, who was sleeping soundly, woke up. Damn system, you're disturbing my beautiful dream. Xiao Changtian was speechless. He looked over and saw a monkey on the table. Monkey King? Xiao Changtian looked at the monkey in front of him and murmured. The monkey in front of him had golden fur all over its body and was relatively large. It's clearly a golden monkey, but a monkey king? I almost thought that I would be rewarded with the monkey king. Xiao Changtian smacked his lips. 1 foot 11 inches, call you Wukong. Wukong, I'll sleep for a while longer. Xiao Changtian gave the monkey a name and lay down on the bed. He was still not fully awake. He needed to go back to sleep. After Xiao Changtian fell asleep, the monkey's face instantly revealed a look of joy. Hee, all my old friends are here. A green-haired turtle, an old hen, a dog, a little ant, and Fatty. Monkey King Wukong looked at Black Tortoise and the others and said with a smile, Monkey, do you want to be taught a lesson? This time, the Black Tortoise and the Phoenix maintained the same tacit understanding. They shouted angrily and their powerful auras directly crushed toward the monkey. Hey, if you want to fight, go out and fight. Monkey chuckled and scratched his ears and cheeks. He turned into an afterimage and instantly disappeared from the room. Black Tortoise and Phoenix looked at each other and flew out as well. Fuck him. Chapter 125 Chapter 125 Should I absorb his yang qi? Chapter 125 Should I absorb his yang qi? I. Monkey, we'll give you another chance to reorganize your words. Phoenix was enraged. This sea king is magnanimous. Although it is correct for you to scold an old hen, you actually said that this sea king is an ugly turtle. This cannot be tolerated. The Black Tortoise was also furious. What did you say? Are you courting death? Phoenix's spearhead changed instantly because of Black Tortoise's words. Monkey, on the other hand, did not mind the commotion. He clapped happily and said, Fight, fight. In an instant, the three of them started fighting. The figure behind the Black Tortoise that was as tall as the sky shook the 9 heavens, and endless seawater surged around him. The Phoenix spread its wings and flew up into the sky. The endless fire around it seemed to be burning the void. The monkey chuckled, and a phantom of a monkey that was emitting golden light appeared behind him. Countless Sanskrit words surrounded the phantom, and the Buddhist light shone brightly, illuminating the heavens. The 3 divine beasts fought, and the void almost collapsed. This monkey still likes to stir up trouble. The ant shook its head helplessly and looked at Alpha. Understood. Alpha nodded. The chessboard under his feet suddenly soared into the void and expanded. The horizontal and horizontal chess lines turned into a huge cage, trapping the 3 divine beasts in a world. It's my turn. The pony nodded, and a red light appeared on its 2 antennae. With a flash of light, the chessboard was sent away from this place. It's finally quiet. Xiaoma said calmly. Only Fatty Rongrong was so scared that she didn't dare to speak. Even the Sea King Big Boss and the Phoenix Boss dared to provoke them. It was incredible. Another ruthless character. He did not dare to provoke such a ruthless character. Fatty Rongrong was so frightened that her entire body trembled, trembling. Another 2 hours passed. Only then did Xiao Changtian rest. He stretched his body and got up. Why is Monkey's face swollen? Xiao Changtian looked over and saw that the monkey's face was covered in bruises. Fortunately, Xiao Changtian didn't pay attention to the 2. A piece of Black Tortoise's turtle shell fell off. The old hen seemed to have lost a lot of feathers. Forget it, wait for me to come back. Xiao Changtian shook his head and took out the feed. He fed the green-haired turtle and the monkey. He had to think about the bookstore now. Since he had already taken in a disciple, it was time for Changxing Bookstore to open up. Jiang Beichen was the crown prince of the North Moon Empire, so he could find the imperial bookstore to print for him. It would be more efficient and guaranteed. Xiao Changtian walked out with the white tiger in his arms and discussed the matter with Jiang Beichen. Jiang Beichen was flattered and immediately proposed to publish it for free. However, Xiao Changtian directly refused. He had to pay to test the waters. After all, Jiang Beichen was only learning calligraphy from him. What if he lost money and the North Moon Empire came looking for him? Although it was unlikely. Thus, after the two sides discussed, Xiao Changtian's Longevity Academy, the victorious East Continent bookstore, was soon in the midst of preparation. 3 days later, the bookstore was officially established. However, this time, half of the crowd consisted of commoners and nobles. The commoners were grateful for Xiao Changtian's kindness and came to the bookstore to buy books. As for the rest of the officials and nobles, they were all silent out of fear. After knowing that it was the crown prince's master, they hurried over. However, those who were left were basically honest officials. Their families were poor and did not have much money. Therefore, Xiao Changtian could only sell the books at a loss. He gave the commoners 1 copper coin for each book, and the dignitaries 5 copper coins for each book. As expected, he's dead. Xiao Changtian's face was filled with disappointment. This time, he did not find a good market. His heart ached. But fortunately, he didn't let the North Moon Empire publish it for free. Otherwise, wouldn't he be scamming his disciple? How could a dignified master trick his disciple? Xiao Changtian felt better when he thought of this. However, in order to ease his sadness, Xiao Changtian felt that he should go back and rest for a while. Being depressed was harmful to the body, so he couldn't hold it in. Sleep, sleep. Xiao Changtian turned around and went back to his room to rest. What Xiao Changtian didn't know was that a young girl had also seen this book. What era was this? Even in my era, it was impossible for there to be such a powerful person. The young girl was dressed in cotton clothes. Although she looked extremely elegant and heroic, her face was pale. It was obvious that she was seriously injured. Behind him, there was a white fox tail. She was the saintess of the 9-tailed fox race. However, she realized that the grand elder of the clan wanted to refine her into a cultivation vessel. She had no choice but to escape with the help of her father's servants. Uncle Fu, don't worry. I'll definitely feed the cows for revenge. 2 lines of tears flowed down from the young girl's charming eyes, and her expression was sorrowful. After the sadness, the girl's gaze became firm again. She wanted to cultivate to the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Then she would kill her way back and kill the Great Elder. She would lead the 9-tailed fox clan and find out the truth about her father's disappearance. The young girl's gaze was firm as she looked at the page in her hand. Her eyes flickered slightly. This person was able to write such a magnificent masterpiece. It doesn't seem like a fabricated story at all. Moreover, there are some legends. There are even records in the ancient books of the 9-tailed fox race. It's just that it's much worse than the description in the book. Could this person be an old monster? The young girl guessed that she wanted to take this person as her master. If she could take this person as her master, her strength would definitely increase by another level. In fact, he could even reach the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm in the shortest amount of time. However, humans and demons are different. Humans and demons are basically irreconcilable. Even if this person is an expert, will he kill me? The young lady's eyes were filled with worry. Helpless, he could only find an inn and stay there. This inn is the cheapest. The girl looked at the little gold left in her hand and said with a somewhat embarrassed expression, "Guest, your room is ready. It's the first room upstairs." The waiter took out the key and ordered. Then, he brought the girl upstairs and the two of them went to the first room. What dense yang qi? The young lady raised her eyebrows immediately because she discovered that there was an extremely dense yang qi in the room next to her. Moreover, she could vaguely hear snoring sounds. It was a man. A man? Should I absorb his yang qi? Help me recover from my injuries? Hesitation flashed across the young girl's face. She had never done such a thing before. It was because she felt that such a cultivation was a violation of the heavens and reason and could not be tolerated by the great Tao. However, the injuries in her body were extremely heavy. Forget it. 1 foot 11 inches be the evil person for once. The girl gritted her teeth. Chapter 126. Chapter 126. You're not going to do a fairy dance, are you? Underscore. Chapter 126. You're not going to do a fairy dance, are you? Underscore. No, no matter what, I'm still the holy maiden of the nine-tailed fox race. My parents once taught me not to do anything that would harm the heavens and reason. But the injuries in my body? While she was struggling, Sudaji felt a sharp pain in her body. The intense pain made her face pale like a piece of white paper. Even the nine-tailed tail behind him could not be hidden. It wouldn't even take long for her to reveal her fox form again. At that time, she would only be eaten alive in the territory of the human race in the cultivation world. Hiss. When he thought about how the foxes were killed by humans, they would skin the foxes and make them into fox fur. Their bodies would even be made into all kinds of food, sprinkled with chili and cumin. Sudaji's body trembled even more violently, and she felt a lingering fear in her heart. Furthermore, there was Barkley's hatred and the truth about his parents' disappearance. He had to do everything himself. I definitely can't die here. Sudaji's expression was firm as she began to burn the blood essence in her body to maintain it. At most, 1 foot 11 inches just absorb a little less. This person's yang qi is the densest I've ever seen. I'll give him another medicinal pill as compensation. Is that still not enough? This is the healing medicine of the Fox clan. The human clan can also use it. It can completely make up for the loss of his yang qi. Sudaji thought to herself as a white pill appeared in her delicate hand. A soft white light burst out from the pill. The white light was pure and crystal clear, as if it was the holiest thing in the world. Thinking of this, Sudaji was relieved. He just wanted a little bit of his yang energy to recover from his injuries. It shouldn't be considered a heinous act. Hence, he decided to do it. The roundabout sunset had completely disappeared. Night had fallen, and the galaxy hung low. Sudaji walked out of her room and observed her surroundings. Very good, there's no one. Sudaji grinned. As long as she hid in the dark, there would be people in the dark who could discover her existence. Little did she know that she had already been discovered. Do you need us to take action? The immortal De Yang looked at Wang Miaoshu. The two of them lay on the bed and opened their eyes. No need. Senior Black Tortoise and the others are in Master's room. There's no need for us to do anything. Wang Miaoshu waved his hand and turned around. That's true. The great Sun Immortal also flipped over. In the room to Xiao Changtian's right, Chu Iren was fast asleep. The Snow Wolf King was initially on guard, but when it thought of the Black Tortoise and the other mythical beasts, it narrowed its eyes again and buried its head into Chu Iren's chest. Jiang Beichen, who was still comprehending the sword essence in his room and had not slept, originally planned to go out. However, after thinking about it, there was no need for that. He dared to enter his master's room. You're courting death. Therefore, Sudaji quietly opened the door of the room when the 5 people discovered her. She tiptoed in, her pair of foxy eyes glowing with a faint green light. In an instant, she saw Xiao Changtian on the bed. Xiao Changtian's breathing was steady and his body was tall. Sudaji could feel his aura as he breathed. All. Sudaji's body could not help but tremble. The yang qi was too strong. Just by asking a little, she felt a warm current in her body. The injuries in his body began to heal slowly. She couldn't take it anymore. She wanted to go over and squeeze Xiao Changtian dry right now. Bah, what do you mean by squeezing dry and absorbing yang qi? Sudaji shook her head. She did not know why she felt like she was being squeezed dry. Under the faint moonlight, it seemed that a blush appeared on her pink face. Because she was from the 9-tailed fox race, she looked delicate and charming, as if she had a soul-devouring charm that made people's hearts flutter. Bang! The sound of the door closing was extremely soft. The sound of Sudaji closing the door was extremely soft. She did not intend to use any demonic arts or bewitching arts on the mortal in front of her, because that would cause damage to the mortal's body. She tiptoed toward Xiao Changtian. Just a little bit. I'll just suck a little bit from you. Anyway, you have so much. Su-daji slowly approached. Black Tortoise and the others who were resting on the ground naturally sensed it. In an instant, terrifying, huge, and heaven-shaking phantoms flickered in the dark night. It was a shadow of a black tortoise that was as tall as the sky. The black tortoise's 4 legs were like pillars that supported the sky. The seawater around him surged. A phoenix spread its wings, and flames spread around its body. The power of the true phoenix fire was brilliant, as if it wanted to burn the heavens. The dogs opened their bloody mouths as if they wanted to devour the moon. An ant walked out of the chaos. A monkey jumped out of the primordial chaos. There was also a black and white bear that looked the easiest to bully. However, every single one of these auras made it difficult for her to breathe. The pain in her body from before was completely forgotten at this moment. She felt a chill run down her spine. Black tortoise, phoenix, divine dog, ant, spirit monkey, fatty, how can there be such a terrifying thing around a mortal? I'm going to die. Su-daji's big, watery eyes sparkled with tears as she muttered in her heart. She's pretty, don't move, she's my dish. Black Tortoise stared at Su-daji. How could he not see that this was a little fox? But she was very good-looking. Old dirty turtle, you stinky man. Phoenix cast a disdainful glance at Black Tortoise and ignored him. She lay down and continued to sleep. Since the Black Tortoise was in charge of this matter, it had nothing to do with them. The godly beasts continued to lie down and sleep. During this process, they all used divine essence to communicate, not daring to make the slightest sound. Seeing the old dirty turtle put away the Black Tortoise phantom and walk towards her, Su-daji was extremely afraid. Was this Black Tortoise going to eat her? I'm so scared. Su-daji trembled. A strong desire to live made her suddenly burst out with unprecedented strength. He quickly bypassed the dirty old turtle and pounced on Xiaochun, lying down beside him. Not good. Seeing this scene, the Black Tortoise was shocked. Its master had a temper when he woke up. She was woken up, zero any thought of the tragic scene of him being stewed with turtle soup. Xuanwu hurriedly pretended to sleep. The others were the same. Xiao Chengtun felt something strange on his body, as if something was rubbing against him. He woke up from his sleep and saw Su-daji lying on top of him. Su-daji looked pitiful as if she was crying. Xiao Changtian wanted to get angry and not let him rest properly, but he met Su-daji's eyes. It was still midnight. Instantly, a chill ran down his spine. You're not going to do a fairy dance, are you? Chapter 127 Chapter 127, Bookstores sold well. Do you also think this book is good? Underscore. Chapter 127, Bookstores sold well. Do you also think this book is good? Underscore I. Immortals jump. Su-daji, who was lying on Xiao Chengqian's body, was stunned. What was that? Was the immortal jumping? Her pure eyes showed her sincerity. She did not know. However, this was the first time she had heard of this, so she really wanted to know. Other than fear in her clear eyes, there was also a desire to know. She didn't know if anyone would tell her. One don't buy this. Get down. I don't need this kind of service. Xiao Changtian said with a serious face. What could a man and a woman do alone in the middle of the night? He didn't even need to think to know. However, Xiao Changtian was very shrewd. Ever since his previous life, after a friend of his was killed once, he had completely learned not to believe this. Instead of messing around, he might as well find a girlfriend. Some people said it wasn't worth it because they didn't have a long-term view. A girlfriend was for a lifetime, and quenching their thirst was only temporary. Oh, sorry. Su-daji nodded and quickly got off the bed. She put her palms together and placed them in front of her lower abdomen. She lowered her head like a child who had made a mistake, and her face was filled with fear. She only felt a cold wind blowing from behind her, a bone-piercing chill. Those divine beasts were still behind her. They might be swallowed by the divine beasts at any time. That's more like it. You can leave. I won't pursue this matter with you this time. Xiao Changtian stared at Su Daji. He didn't expect her to be so obedient. Xiao Changtian couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. Couldn't she use some other methods on him and try it out for a while before continuing? However, seeing that Su Daji was only 16 or 17 years old, Xiao Changtian waved his hand and signaled her to leave. I don't dare. I'm afraid. Su Daji said in a low voice. She turned her body sideways and looked at the turtle. Her entire body turned cold. That was the black tortoise, the divine beast black tortoise. Even the great elder was no match for the black tortoise. He would be swallowed by the black tortoise in one gulp. The black tortoise's aura was too terrifying. He had never seen such a terrifying aura before. Because her body was scared, she started to tremble. Her center of gravity started to lose its balance. She tilted her body and crashed into Xiao Changtian again. Don't come over. Xiao Changtian saw that she wanted to come over, so he symbolically stretched out his hands to stop her. Thus, Su Daji's body fell into Xiao Changtian's arms. A delicate fragrance accompanied the wind, seeping into Xiao Changtian's nose. Leave. Xiao Changtian's face turned serious. I'm still a virgin. I can't take it. The moment he felt Su Daji's body temperature and smelled the fragrance, Xiao Changtian felt the blood in his body churning as if it was about to gush out. You mustn't. Xiao Changtian didn't want to lose face anymore. He couldn't possibly faint after 2 flirtatious encounters. He was a man. He was very brave, alright? Helplessly, she could only let Su Daji get up quickly. Su Daji hurriedly nodded and her face turned red. As the saintess, this was the first time she had such contact with the opposite sex, even though they were of different races. Su Daji stood up and hurriedly tidied her clothes. Leave now. I'll personally watch you leave. Xiao Changtian said in a deep voice, his voice filled with anger. Fortunately, after Su Daji got up, the surging blood in her body calmed down a little and she did not faint. Xiao Changtian didn't expect this either. He thought that he had enough resistance. However, after this period of time, he actually couldn't do it anymore. It seemed that after he returned this time, he should go find his fiancée that he had never met before. It was the betrothal that his father, whom he had never met before, had given him. Originally, his fiancée's father had come to talk about this matter. However, Xiao Changtian was from the Blue Planet, and he was also a gardener. He did not dare to get married without money. He said that he would wait until the end of the year to earn some money. Now, his bookstore not only guaranteed that he did not have to worry about food and clothing, but he was also slightly rich. It was time to consider marriage. As for the path to invincibility, he could take it slow and not rush it. Anyway, this stupid system did not intend to let him open the path to invincibility in the short term. But I'm afraid of them. Su Daji pointed at the black tortoise and the others in front of her with a terrified expression. Xiao Changtian frowned. What kind of bad habit was this? Just like Jiao, he was afraid of a green-haired turtle. How did the green-haired turtle get in? Xiao Changtian felt a headache coming on. However, if Su Daji stayed behind, it would not be good to be alone in the middle of the night. The main thing was that it was easy for people to fantasize. I'll send you out, Xiao Changtian said lightly. Only then did she send Su Daji away. The night passed. The sun was high in the sky. Xiao Changtian finally woke up. He couldn't fall asleep after Su Daji left last night. Lying on the bed, she felt her body heating up. It was not until the wee hours of the morning that she fell asleep again. Phew, it's already noon. Xiao Changtian was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his eyes. His routine had changed. This was okay. After walking out of the room and having breakfast, Xiao Changtian received an envelope from Mu Jiahuang. Mu Jiahuang originally wanted to send a true essence voice transmission, but after thinking about it, she realized that her master was an expert who had returned to his original state and concealed himself from the world of mortals. It was better to use an envelope. Jio invited me to go. This girl. However, we still have to wait for a period of time. The bookstore has not been established yet. In the end, it does not have a reputation. Xiao Changtian mumbled while eating his breakfast. However, Jiang Beichen brought him good news. Did any immortal cultivators see this book? In an instant, 1 spread it to 2, 2 spread it to 4, 4 spread it to 8. A large number of cultivators were shocked. These cultivators were all frantically buying the books, just like the Western Bull continent. The price had even soared to 100 taels of gold per book. Sold well. Explosive. The market was hot. The news from Jiang Beichen directly made Xiao Changtian pleasantly surprised. It seemed that good actions would shine everywhere. Looks like we can go to Jio'er's house. Xiao Changtian was relieved this time. Disciple, pack up. We're going to Jio'er's hometown. Xiao Changtian said to Jiang Beichen. Yes. Jiang Beichen was overjoyed. That was the 9 Phoenix dynasty, the rumored 9 Phoenix dynasty. He walked up the stairs. As for Chu Yiren, she was still sleeping soundly. At this moment, Xiao Changtian looked outside and saw the woman from last night. She was sitting at the dining table with a book in her hand. The book he was reading was the one he was currently publishing in the victorious East continent. He walked out and asked, "You also think this book is good?" You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.